May we please rise to our feet there. May we please rise, stand up please. Let's clap our hands and welcome our guests. We can do better than that. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. If I may request us to remain standing. Thank you. Welcome. At this moment, let us have our national anthem. Let's sing the national anthem, please. If we may please remain standing as I invite Mr. Muzimba to give us the opening prayer.
A very good morning to all distinguished guests. Let's close our eyes and bow our heads as we pray. Heavenly Father, we come before your altar this morning and we give honor and glory to your name. We thank you for the gift of life and for the journey mercies as you led us to converge to this historic National Competitiveness Commission Competitiveness Summit 2025. Bless this summit, O Lord, and all those who have worked tirelessly to bring us together, our leaders, our policymakers, and stakeholders from various sectors of the economy. We acknowledge you are the source of wisdom, strength, and unity, and we acknowledge that all progress and success come from you. Lord, we ask for your divine direction over this summit. O God, grant us the wisdom and guidance in shaping our vision for a stronger, more resilient and competitive nation. May this gathering be a beacon of collaboration, inspiring transformative ideas and solutions that uplift our communities and drive inclusive progress. Grant, O Lord, our leaders, speakers, and participants with clarity of thought, wisdom, discernment, and open hearts as we engage in discussions and decision-making. May this event ignite a renewed spirit of unity, determination, and purpose as we work toward a future of prosperity and sustainability. May your hand be upon every plan, every policy, and every partnership that emerges from this summit. Let this event be a stepping stone towards a brighter, stronger, and more resilient nation. We entrust this summit into your hands, O Lord, and ask for your abundant blessings on each participant. May your presence be with us today and forever. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Mzimba. May we please take our seats? The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Ngube. The Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Ngovisita Mangaliso Ndlovu. In other circles, we call him Ngo. Did it come out? Ngo. The Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises, Honorable Monica Mchangwa. Welcome, ma'am. The Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water, Climate and Rural Development, Honorable Anxious Masuka. The Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honorable July Moyo. The Deputy Minister of Mines, Honorable Polite Kambamora. Other Cabinet Ministers who may be here present. The Chairman of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce, Honorable Clement Chidua. ZANU-PF Politburo members here present. Deputy Chief Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Mr. Willard Manungo. Deputy Chief Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Mr. Zine Chimwe Churu. Permanent Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan, Mr. Paul Nyoni. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Mkomo wangu Dr. Thomas Utete Wushe, welcome. Other permanent secretaries here present, senior government officials, board chairperson of the National Competitiveness Commission, Mrs. Patience Chimuka, executive director of the National Competitiveness Commission, my good friend, Mr. Philip Piri, other heads of state-owned enterprises here present, I've seen quite a number, welcome. Captains of Industry and Commerce and BMOs, they are here as well in full force, welcome. Members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Competitiveness Summit hosted by the National Competitiveness Commission. This is the first. Let's just give ourselves a big round of applause for making history, for attending the very first Competitiveness Summit, which is a very important summit, by the way. It has taken very long to happen, but we thank God it's here. We hope it will certainly live up to expectations. My name is Alois Burutsa. I will be your ED, Events Director. I'll call myself ED for today. I think it's the only time I can call myself that. So you can call me ED today. Before I continue, just a few housekeeping issues. The restrooms are behind, if you go behind these barriers there. This in room 2A, that other side, I think you turn to your left, that's where our restrooms are. Can we please put all our cell phones on silent so that we are not disturbed by ringing phones. Thank you very much for that. And may we all please ensure that we've registered by the registration desks as we came in there. There are ladies, some beautiful ladies there who are taking down our details. Let us register. This is important because tomorrow, where we have our guest of honor, His Excellency, coming through, if you're not registered there, you may have difficulties in coming through. So please ensure that you register. Thank you. And as I mentioned earlier on, this is the Inaugural Competitiveness Summit, which is basically a platform for robust deliberations on competitiveness gaps. And this is meant to explore possible areas for policy interventions. As I mentioned earlier, this comes at a very opportune time. As you are aware, we've got the Africa Continental Trade Agreement that is that is upon us. And as a country, we need to be competitive. We really have got to make sure that we are able to withstand the competition that is coming from Africa, both in the export market and even in our own local market. So be prepared for a very good 2 days where we are going to come up with very strong resolutions that will be taken forward, and that will have an impact on the way we are going to be doing business in this country. We are running an hour late, so I will be speeding. This is the only time I'm allowed to speed without getting a ticket, so I will move very fast so that we catch up on our time. Please help me to welcome, for our welcome remarks, Mr. P. Nyoni, the Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province. Please, let's give him a big round of applause as he comes through.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. I am Bitorelo Nuku, a director in the Office of the Minister of State. I am standing in for Mr. Paul Nyoni, the Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, who unfortunately could not be with us here today. I will read his remarks as given. The Director of Ceremonies, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Ndlovu, other cabinet ministers here present. Allow me to write on the protocols already established by the events director. A very good and refreshing morning to you all, esteemed delegates. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this National Competitiveness Commission Inaugural Annual Competitiveness Summit that our province is pleased to host. The summit presents an invaluable platform to explore a very important subject matter, enhancing our collective competitiveness in today's dynamic global landscape. We are honored to have you all here today as we embark on crucial discussions to identify competitiveness gaps and strategies, share best practices, and collectively chart a path towards greater economic resilience, sustainable growth, and development. The Bulawayo Metropolitan Province is very grateful to each and every one of you for finding time from your very busy schedules to participate in this inaugural historic competitiveness summit. Your participation and valuable contributions will go a long way in enhancing the country's competitiveness as well as our competitiveness as Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, therein potentially growing the national and provincial GDPs. Ladies and gentlemen, competitiveness is a crucial element in business processes as it directly impacts on the nation's economic growth and development, job creation, and overall standard of living by enabling industries to produce high-quality goods that can compete in the global markets. It also invariably fosters innovation and attracts investment, ultimately leading to a stronger economy and greater international influence. This is particularly important as we are now seized with the unfolding trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. The importance of this competitiveness summit can therefore not be overemphasized. Distinguished guests, Bulawayo Province also stands to immensely benefit from a thriving and competitive business environment. A competitive industrial sector generates higher value-added products, leading to increased exports, higher gross domestic product, and overall economic prosperity. It also creates strong industries, at the same time creating more jobs, particularly in skilled manufacturing roles, contributing to a stable workforce and lower unemployment rates. As a province, we are looking forward to competitiveness initiatives that push companies to innovate and develop and embrace new technologies, enhancing their product quality and ultimately reducing prices for the benefit of the general populace. Distinguished guests, let me not preempt the valuable discussions of this summit. Let me conclude by encouraging you all to actively participate in this open dialogue and collaborative interchanges throughout the event. I would also like to humbly invite our international delegates to sample some of our premier tourist facilities in the province. Have a great stay and please come back as the Bulawayo Metropolitan Province is open to business. I thank you, Nyabo.
Let's give a big round of applause for eloquently reading the speech on behalf of Mr. Pignoni, the Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province. Let's quickly move on to the remarks by Mrs. Patience Chimuka, who is the National Competitiveness Commission Board Chair. Let's give her a big round of applause as she comes up.
The Director of Ceremonies, the Minister of Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan, Honorable Judith Nyube, in absentia, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Glovo, Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises, Honorable Monica Mtrangwa, Minister of Lands and Agriculture, Fisheries, Water, Climate, and Rural Development, Honorable Anxious Masuka, Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honorable Julai Moyo, other cabinet ministers who may be here present, Chair of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce, Honorable C. Chidua, ZANU-PF Politburo members here present, Deputy Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Mr. William Manengo, Deputy Chief Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Mr. Znechimwe Arachuru, Permanent Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan, Mr. Paul Nyoni, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Dr. Thomas Utete Ushe, other permanent secretaries here present, senior government officials, Executive Director of the National Competitiveness Commission, Mr. Philip Piri, other heads of state-owned enterprises here present, captains of industry and commerce, and BMOs, members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak to you, as I was approaching this day, I had reflections on some, experiences I had in industry where a team visited a foreign country and one of the members requested for mazoe. And they were ordering, and apparently the waiter there was very confused to wonder what mazoe is. But the guy was so confident that in that country, they would have mazoe. So he kept on explaining mazoe, zoe, orange crush. But, lo and behold, everybody thought that was a joke. But when I look at it today, that is our hero. This guy believed in the local brand. And he thought it should be found everywhere. And we probably called him a laughingstock then. But if I was to see him today, I'd call him my hero for believing in our brand reaching beyond the borders. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored to deliver my remarks at this inaugural annual competitiveness summit, and being held under the theme Building Sustainability Towards Enhanced Productivity and Competitiveness in Zimbabwe. I would like to first extend my, as you may be aware, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who is supposed to be attending tomorrow with us, is testimony of how important competitiveness issues are to the development of our nation. Competitiveness is essential in supporting business viability and innovation, production of quality and affordable products, thereby allowing the industry to compete effectively in the global market. The aspirations of the summit dovetail with Zimbabwe Industrial Reconstruction and Growth Plan and the National Development Strategy 1, objectives of improving the productivity and competitiveness. As NDS 1 comes to an end in December 2025, the outcomes of this summit will provide essential input to the formulation of NDS 2. The summit is expected to assist in having an appreciation on the strategies government is currently undertaking to improve competitiveness, identify policy gaps, crowding out our industry's competitiveness from a private sector perspective. It will also provide a platform to benchmark Zimbabwe's performance against other countries and proffer recommendations to ensure that there is conducive, competitive operating environment for business. I have no doubt that this summit will be insightful to each one of us. It is my hope that stakeholders here present will share ideas that will be adopted on the drive to improve Zimbabwe's global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, some of the critical outputs for the Commission, which require support and collaboration from stakeholders, include, number one, the launch of the 2024 Zimbabwe Competitiveness Report, number two, regulatory impact assessments, number three, international competitiveness surveys, number four, national competitiveness strategy, which entails the Commission having to develop a 5-year competitiveness strategy to guide the national competitiveness and ease of doing business agenda. Number five, our Rural and Urban Council's Competitiveness Index. Number six, our value chain competitiveness engagement. which entail promoting the local production, domestic value chains to reduce the import bill and ensure food security, job creation, quality and standards, availability and affordability of goods and services. Last but not least, I'm calling upon stakeholders across all the key sectors of the economy to cooperate and collaborate with the Commission towards the successful implementation of competitiveness programs. I want to leave you with some wild imaginations. If I had the authority to ask you to close eyes, I would do that. But basically, I want us to imagine our products. I talked of Mazoe Orange Crush, talk of the Zambezi Lager, your Willard's cornflakes, in the different shelves in Egypt, in Algeria, in Morocco, beyond Africa, outside retaining our existing big brands in terms of the big retailers that we have. Can we imagine also bringing in other brands, such as, the Carrefours of this world? You could just walk into Ascot Shopping Center and find shop right there. That is very possible. Relating to the word of God, it actually says, Genesis 36 says, look as far as in any direction that you see, the north, the east, the southwest. I'm giving you all that land. So as far as we can see, we can get to develop these things. And Walt Disney puts it in a way that is very practical. It says the way you get started is to quit talking and begin doing. I trust we leave the summit with clear resolutions and a call to action towards competitiveness. I wish you fruitful deliberations as we contend for competitiveness in Zimbabwe. Siyabonga. Thank you, Majita.
Let's give the National Competitiveness Commission Chairperson, Mrs. Patience Chimuka, a big round of applause and for laying the foundation for this summit. I like her. She's got an impressive knowledge of our local products, especially Pawatoranya Zambezi. No, that is very impressive. I think most of you know me from Buy Zimbabwe, from the work that I do at Buy Zimbabwe, where we are promoting and pushing local products to say, let us produce and consume our own Zimbabwean products. But we cannot succeed in that area if we are not competitive as a nation. So I'm very excited to be here. And when I got the call from NCC to come through and facilitate this program, I was very excited because it again gives me an opportunity to remind delegates, to remind ourselves on the importance of consuming and supporting our own local products. Because one of the things that we are always faced with as Buy Zimbabwe is that, a lot of people will say to you, you guys are saying buy Zimbabwe, but my products in Zimbabwe are too expensive. Compared to other foreign products, companies always knock on our doors, please help us. The imports are flooding our markets, the cement from outside is flooding our markets, fish from outside is flooding our markets, and so forth. So all this is competitiveness. And we hope that out of this engagement, we will come up with concrete resolutions that the Ministry of Industry would then take forward and help in making our local products competitive, so that my job is much easier. Please, no kumbirao. Because as Buy Zimbabwe, like I mentioned, we are always being taken to task on those issues. Right. We're now moving to the next session, which is industry and business perspective on competitiveness. I would like to call upon Dr. Cornelius Dube. He is the Chief Economist at the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries. Doc Cornelius, are you here? If you could please make your way up to the front and take a seat here. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes through. Let me call upon my good friend Christopher Mugaga. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Chris, I saw you this morning at breakfast, so I know you are here. Please, let's give him a big round of applause as he comes through. Welcome, Chris. And then last but not least, mfano wangu, Kipson Gundani. He is the CEO of the CEO Africa Roundtable. Right, you got that? He's the CEO of the CEO Roundtable. Let's give him a big round of applause. I know he's here. And these three fine gentlemen are going to try and unpack what industry is coming through. But before they present, let me just give you a few pieces of information here. According to the CZI, this is not from me, according to the CZI, regulatory and compliance costs account for up to 18% of total overheads in business. So before you even start talking of your labor, you know, and so forth, 18% is already gone to regulatory and compliance costs. Is that sustainable? We'll hear from this gentleman. Zimbabwe has a total of 51 taxes, can you believe it, and regulatory payments, compared to only 7 in South Africa. 7, Eastern 51, and 11 in Zambia. We have a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen, if we are to be competitive. I believe in the retail sector, my good friend Denford Mutashu is here. In the retail sector, I believe there are 35 different licenses that you know, those guys have to contend with. And we're talking about competitiveness. I'm not sure, you know, so we are hoping that from this engagement, at the end of these 2 days, some of these things have got to change. We hope we can make things better for our businesses here in Zimbabwe. But without wasting much time, let me call upon Dr. Cornelius Dube. Doc, please come through and make your presentation. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been observed in the interest of time. Thank you very much. The Master of Ceremony has already, I think he has already taken some slides from my presentation, but it's okay. I think he also wanted to shorten the time that I'm going to be here. Okay, I have a presentation before you. My name is Cornelius Dube. I think we'll go straight to the first slide. Can you move on to the first slide, please? Yes. According to a study that was done on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Zimbabwe is the second beneficiary, second most beneficiary under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with real income gains, which are expected to increase by about 12%. Okay, if the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is fully implemented. So if you can look at that graph, it shows that after Cote d'Ivoire, Zimbabwe is number 2. But if you look at that graph, there is that yellow line. In fact, there's something that is red that is difficult to see for Zimbabwe. That is, if we just do tariffs only, the benefit that we are going to get from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is nothing. If we do trade facilitation, and that is where most of the benefits will come in, which also includes non-tariff measures. So in other words, what this is simply telling us is that Zimbabwe has potential, but that potential can only be realized if we do trade facilitation and we do non-tariff measures to ensure that they complement the tariffs that we might actually be liberalizing under the Africa Continental Free Trade. I've just been given this gadget. Let me see how good I am at it. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we are here because I'm going to talk about competitiveness. There are various measures of even definitions of competitiveness. There is competitiveness at the national level, but the competitiveness that I'm going to talk about here is one that talks about industry level, which I can define as the sustained ability of firms and industry to capture market share and grow the market through productivity improvements. There's an organization called UNIDO. They publish what they call a CIP, competitive industry performance index, it can just be one of the ways in which we can want to measure ourselves in terms of competitiveness at industry level. This one has three main dimensions. It measures our industry's capacity to produce and export manufactured goods. It measures our industry's ability to have technological deepening and upgrading, as well as the impact that our industry has in the world, to come up with this index. So here we are. Yeah, hopefully it's clear from the bank, but I can just summarize it for you. What this slide is showing is that in SADC, our manufacturing sector is ranked number 8. Of course, we are better than Zambia, Mozambique, Madagascar, and Malawi, if that is a consolation. But there are other countries that are better than us. In Africa, our rank is number 20, and in the world is number 124 in terms of competitiveness. We might also want to ask ourselves, how did we come about this? Where exactly are we performing poorly? Remember, I talked about the 3 dimensions of this measure. Our capacity to produce and export manufactured goods, that is where we are basically failing to be in line with even Namibia and other countries, and Eswatini of all countries that are even better than us. And also our world impact, at least it's not our worst, but we are 115 in terms of the impact that our industry is having in the world. In terms of technology, deepening and upgrading, number 116. Okay, so now, obviously, there are a lot of factors that affect competitiveness. There are also issues to do with technology deepening and upgrading. In other words, there are industry-specific factors that affect competitiveness, but there are also other issues, especially with respect to the enabling environment. And as you can expect, obviously, I will be talking about those rather than the issues that are specific to industry. Those ones, of course, we know industry can also be not competitive because of their own inefficiencies and all, but that is not what I'm going to talk about, because I'm going to talk about the enabling environment, especially because the fingers will not be pointing at industry. That is also one of the reasons. Okay. Now, our competitiveness is also reflected in our raw material import dependence. This is our manufacturing sector. About 52% of the raw materials that are used in the manufacturing industry, they are imported. You might also want to look at the sector-specific distribution there. But now the question becomes, if 87% of, for example, of the raw materials that are used in the pharmaceutical industry are imported, to what extent will our pharmaceutical industry actually meet the rules of origin to say these are products manufactured in Zimbabwe? If we don't emerge, if we are not competitive enough to attract manufacturing, for example, to what extent are we going to be able to produce products that can be called Zimbabwean-made product, especially when they are utilizing raw materials? So that means one of the ways that we should be focusing on in terms of industrialization is the extent to which we can ensure that we deepen our value chains and try to localize them, so that at least we depend on the raw materials that we can produce on our own, especially leveraging on our efficiencies in mining as well as in agricultural sector, where we are quite doing well. Again, another measure of competitiveness, we don't have scale, economies of scale. If you have almost half of the plant capacity is lying idle. Capacity utilization, obviously, one way of looking at it is to say it's 53%, and so probably is an improvement compared to where we are coming from. But that trend is also showing us that almost close to half of the plant capacity is lying idle. I think those that specialize in production, they would tell you that you cannot achieve economies of scale. You cannot be competitive. Your pricing will be affected if half of your plant is just lying idle. Okay, we might also look at our labor costs. This is ILO data. If you compare, unfortunately, they only have 3 countries. The other countries, Zambia and the rest, they don't have data for that. But these 3 countries, what do they tell us? They are saying in Zimbabwe, hourly labor cost per employee is $2.55, and it's 25 cents for Mauritius. If you try to compete with Mauritius, when your labor cost is like this, you are already gone. South Africa probably is closer to us, but at least it's $1.93. So again, one of the reasons why we might struggle to be competitive is because of this high cost of our labor. This is a summary of what they call the Logistic Performance Index. Remember I talked about enablers. The highest score is 5. So what does it mean? It means that at least in terms of enabling logistics, in terms of facilitating transportation and all this, our performance can be called 50% because it's 2.5 out of 5. But in terms of customs, less than 50%, infrastructure, less than 50%, shipments, international shipments, 50%, logistic competence and quality, less than 50%, timeliness, at least above 50%, but it's 2.8 out of 5. Okay, so if we want to evaluate ourselves, there are two ways of doing it. One way is to say, if we perform below 50%, we've passed. If you want to do that, you can say, we can be happy with some indicators. But in general, if you are 50%, it also means that you are below your capacity by 50%, which means that anyone who does 60% is going to be better than you. Okay, the MC talked about this. This is what he was talking about in terms of the number of regulators. Actually, I'm sure if this is updated, there are going to be more than that. We're just doing an exercise and actually found out more than 51. But this is for comparative purposes. If we try to update Zimbabwe, we also have to update other countries. So the best way is not to update, just use World Bank data. It shows that Zimbabwe, 51 licenses that are paid, while South Africa is 7 and Zambia is 11, as the good MC has already talked about. This is what he was talking about. He also touched on this one. This is the cost of compliance for manufacturing sector firms. He mentioned almost 18% of regulatory costs to total overhead. But what he did not also mention is that the minimum number of regulatory bodies that a manufacturer, obviously it's sector specific, the minimum number of regulatory bodies that, remember I'm talking about regulatory bodies where you pay, that collect from manufacturing, 9 is the minimum number. And in any particular day, the process of dealing with those regulators, the minimum, on average, 10 days in a month is just devoted to pursuing regulatory costs. And you need at least 3 employees. Obviously, you cannot have 1 employee who is a master of knowing what EMA wants, knowing what the National Biotechnology would want. So obviously, you need to complement skill here. At least 3 employees just to deal with regulatory costs or alone. Okay. I'm moving here. Now, so what we decided to do, we just tried to say, but when did this problem come from? If you look at all these regulations that business have to comply with, by age, so we looked at about 42 regulations and discarded those we could not find out when they were established. Because it's not easy to know when that a certain regulation, some of them, if you know on the internet, you cannot find when they were established. So we analyzed about 42 regulations. But what can we see here? We can see that there is quite about 24% is just 10 years or below. That means what it's simply telling us is that this issue of regulatory costs is not, even as we are speaking, right, probably some new regulations are being thought about as we are speaking. It's continuing. Over 50 years, some of them, but we also have very, very recent entries. If you look at 20 years and below, and over the past 20 years, we had about, what is 24 plus? It's 38% of these regulations. They are very, very new. So what it simply means is that this culture, somebody would say, why are you complaining about regulations now? Why were you not complaining about 20 years ago and all? You can see that the regulations are increasing in number. That is also the reason why probably the issue of industry compromisation is also coming in. Competitiveness, we're talking about competitiveness, but we're also increasing the regulatory burden at the same time. Okay, hopefully he said 2 minutes. Right, the Honorable Minister Muchangwa is here. She is responsible for SMEs. There's one SME that said, I want to graduate from being informal. I want to become formalized. And this is not a bill, it's what they actually paid. 8,515. Remember, we're talking about somebody who was just informal, somebody who said, let me just try to make sure that I'm tired of not being part of the value chains and all. And she lost $8,515 was paid. If you want to know who took that money, they are in that table that you see before you. So all those people, they collected 8,515. And what do you think this SME had as total capital? Probably less than 80. Because the only reason I'm taking 80 is because if it is 80, that means 8 over 80 is probably 10% already gone. So that is what we are talking about. We are saying we want to informalize business, and probably we are going to set up raids and do all these kind of things. We are actually telling them, if the cost of whatever we are doing is less than 8,000 to them, it's still worthwhile to remain informal. In other words, the only way we can actually incentivize formalization is to deal with this issue that you are talking about. Okay, so are we saying it's all doom and gloom? Certainly not. But the first thing that I said, remember, I said there are new regulations that are just still continue to come. In 2025, we also know of one, I'm not going to mention because it's still a bill. There's also another one that is going to come where they want to levy manufacturers to get something out of it. And they're introducing 4 new institutions. Those institutions, they are going to also be capacitated by statutory instruments so that they can also collect. We know that that is going to happen. So, but what can we say now? There is need. By the way, I was told that I have to be candid here. I was told in the background. So I know what I am doing. Okay. So what we can say, nothing short of a presidential decree, for example, for a temporary reduction, let's say 50%. Because I can assure you that most of the regulators, even if their charges are reduced by 50%, they're not going to go broke because they're just collecting. In fact, if business is struggling, right now everyone is saying the economy is struggling. I'm sure you saw roads. The road authorities are saying the economy is struggling, but there is one sector which is not saying is immune to all this. These are the regulatory authorities. Whether you are struggling, whether you are performing, whether you are making profit, they are assured because they have a law. The law says pay $200. Whether you, just for existing, pay $200. It does not matter whether you are performing well. Treasury is struggling to get revenue because companies are declaring losses. But Treasury can fail to find revenue, but regulatory authorities are assured of that. So remember, we're talking about part of the minister is here. They are launching a temporary policy right now is going to NDS2, ZEGIP. In it talks about regulatory impact assessment. This is not an option. Regulatory impact assessment is actually a must. All the regulations that we have here, they need to be subjected to a justification exercise. There's need for a cost and benefit analysis. Can you justify why you are taking 25,000 from a company? Because a company wants to set up a solar farm. You take 25,000. Why are you taking 25,000? Is there at least somebody independent should do regulatory impact assessment? And all those regulations that fail to pass the regulatory impact assessment initiative should actually be removed. We don't need this because as we are talking about Africa-Continental Free Trade Area, as we are talking about all these things that we are talking about, aspiring to be an upper middle income by 2030, will remain in pipelines unless we deal with these issues that are threatening the competitiveness. Remember, I gave a disclaimer. I'm not saying regulatory authorities are wholly responsible. Remember, I also said there are a lot of industry-specific inefficiencies that you can talk about. I'm not saying they are not there, but I have been given the floor, and I'm talking about these ones. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Cornelius. Let's give a big round of applause for telling it as it is. I once worked for a company, and one of the values, you know, when you get to a company, there will be company values. I know most of you don't follow them, but anyway, they are there on your reception areas, values. And one of the values that was there was candor. C-A-N-D-O-U-R, candor. It comes from the word candid. And that's what my good friend Dr. Cornelius has just done. Let's tell each other the truth. I think that is the only way we can develop as a country. And let's give him a big round of applause for putting it out there. Thank you so much. Another man who I know says it as it is my good friend, Christopher Mgaga. He's the CEO of the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Chris, please, come through. You've got 10 minutes, sir. Let's give him a round of applause.
You need to keep on clapping on this until I'm stable here. I always joke and say it certainly doesn't matter how many times you stand before people. The spirit of fear will naturally grip you. So it's important to encourage me. Another round of applause for me as I gather my list. Thank you so much. Allow me to observe protocol, my brother, Honorable Minister. You know, every time I speak before Minister Wabubanjov, he sometimes feels so uncomfortable. And I always ask him, are you uncomfortable with NCC members or what? So it's never about Mugaga, it's about what the business says, isn't it? Umama Mchangwa, time and again I visit the office and say, look, ma'am, I came, I don't agree with ABC. So if there's something we differ, we don't differ through this platform. We actually do it in our chambers, in our private rooms. And it's not necessarily about what they are calling speaking the truth. It's about building each other. Because when you're speaking to someone, possibly you are saying behave. But the challenge is not only to the what? To the public sector, also private sector, we are complicit. So I guess I'll be trying to avoid what my brother from CZI has raised. Piri, competitiveness. Sometimes when you invite us, just to say who is an industry representative, without having NCC, CZI, this and that, that's a competitiveness issue, isn't it? So, so it's very important. Allow me to speak into my PowerPoint, I guess you'll be beaming it. I will not spend much time, but I will zero in mostly on issues which I believe Cornelius, intentionally, I think because we spoke, he couldn't speak about them. He wanted me to say something also. Yes, let's move to the, oh, it's me who is actually moving this one. I hope my technology skills are not going to disappoint me. Sorry. Are you sure? Can you help me before yeah, I think it's fine. I will not waste time on who is the NCC, an institution which has been in existence since 1894, 130 years of existence. Lobbying, advocacy, business development, located in 5 regions within the country. An interesting part of the Chamber of Commerce, maybe those who might not know, one of the few shareholders, don't worry about whether it's a minority or what, we are a shareholder to, we are a shareholder to ZITF. Thank you. It was a technical issue. So ZNCC is a private sector body, one of the oldest associations with a 130-year history, you can imagine. Thank you very much. That's where I come from. So members gave me a task to speak into a few issues. As you can see, I just spoke about ZNCC competitiveness pillars, enhancing Zimbabwe's competitiveness, macroeconomic environment. I'll speak a bit on the economic environment. It's not new to us. Last June, we had our congress at Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. A good engagement with Minister Ndlovu, Minister Mchangwa. Some of the issues we feel which are shaking people feeling uncomfortable today. One of our major topics in June was informality. You know, some people would ask, how can you have such a conference talking about informality? But today, as we are speaking, anyone mukoma kambamuro, polite. If we don't informality, if we don't speak about it, people will ask, are you living in Zimbabwe? That is the problem, informality. We always say it is a consequence. Consequence of what? That's the reason possibly we are here. I'm worried about 10 minutes my brother gave me. I'm not sure from Harare. Do you think we'll just cover 10 minutes? But I'll try. Then we'll also speak into higher education. What does it mean? I know a lot of academics are in the room. But when you say competitiveness, sometimes we can also influence it at our private level. The kind of education we have, is it giving us that competitiveness edge? The cross-border issue. Then threats to competitiveness. I think my presentation will be done once I cover that. I will not waste time on competitiveness pillars. I think, Cornelius, you try to touch on them. That's second. Don't spend much time maybe just trying to see what is written there. I'll just simplify it in my presentation. Macroeconomic environment. The macroeconomic environment, it remains an issue. Obviously, it's not unique to Zimbabwe only. But we continue pushing government through different arms, central bank, the treasury, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of SMEs, and the regulatory bodies to push for a pro-business environment. As Chamber of Commerce, we believe one of the major challenges we have is a controlled economy. Any basic economist in the room can tell you that if you violate market forces, the consequences are so predictable. Ngoma Shido, the belief is government is too big. When we say too big, you are not measuring the number of employees only. It's the role. My friend was talking about regulatory agencies. We're talking about violating market forces. When we talk of the size of government, those are the issues we are raising. So, I would joke with the Minister Ndlovu, with central bank government, and say, the moment we just respect market forces, 75% of our problems will be solved. All the voluminous chapters on the fiscal policy, the monetary policy, they will be irrelevant. But sometimes we are trying to cure a challenge whose underlying problem, PS, is the structural market forces violation. There's no rocket science on why you see someone selling bread in the streets at a cheaper price than in one of the local retail giants. It's not been making sense for an average person to walk into a shop and buy because of exchange rate confusion. It's a conundrum. So at the heart of our competitiveness issues lies one of the major prizes in this economy, which is the exchange rate. Try to clean the exchange rate. You'll be shocked. We will not even care about this. You know, there was a debate in this country, people saying, no, look, taxation levels, you have to pay tax in the currency of trade. I always try to scratch my head. Maybe some of the experts in the room, you should whisper to me, what does that mean? If the exchange rate, the pricing is correct, who cares you are paying in ZiG or US dollar? Because the market forces are reflecting the price. But possibly because as we push that policy, we know very well that the price is wrong. So you have sold with US dollar, give me my tax in US dollar. So the message on this, government, ministers, can you be the biggest promoters of our local currency? There is no country, I'm yet to know of a country, obviously, which has grown its economy with a borrowed currency. There can be a veneer of stability. Even when you look at numbers 2009 to 13, look at sectors which were firing of all the cylinders, possibly mining, and you can scratch your head on other sectors. Some will say goods were stocked in shops. It's not in the goods. Contribution of local goods in those shops, what is it? Percentage. The more shops are well stocked with foreign goods, the more it is actually more dangerous even for policymakers. But the moment you wake up and say, this particular shop is well stocked, but 98% of them are foreign goods, it means jobs have been pushed out. I would rather look at a shop and have empty shelves and know we have a challenge we have to fill domestically. So exchange rate, I can't continue overemphasizing that. But it's not only exchange rate, it's also interest rates. Look at the bank policy rate in the market right now. I saw bankers in the room, 2, 3 CEOs. The capacity, ability, and appetite for banks to lend. You have to be cautious. Firstly, someone has to teach me whether there's a bank comfortable lending in ZiG. Once a bank is cautious in lending in ZiG, it simply means they have priced the future of ZiG. And we have to sit down to say, but why? Last monetary policy, the Treasury and also the central bank are saying 30% of transactions in the economy are ZiG. Minister Ndlovu, for the past 4 weeks, I never came across ZiG. I'm still looking for it. There's no ZiG. Maybe it's me. He's saying swipe. Even in swiping, I don't think I'll find it on that. So that, I can say the disharmony between monetary and fiscal policy is also a serious driver to competitiveness issues. The preoccupation of Treasury right now, not experiencing a fiscal deficit. How do you avoid a fiscal deficit? 75% of the economy is informal sector. I sympathize, obviously, with Professor Mtuli. But look, that's the reality. And to worsen it as business, we are afraid when we hear that in a budget, 143% budget increase in revenue. Where would you get that revenue? Except from us, the formal sector. So, and this is coupled with a very tight monetary policy. Because when you say tight monetary policy, you look at the interest rate regime, you look at the statutory reserve requirements, 30%, banks have to keep money at the central bank. There is liquidity crunch. So to compete with a Chinese player where trade finance in China, it eclipses the GDP of the whole Africa. You can only dream of competing with Chinese. It's difficult. It's very difficult. So we can write a lot of stories on macroeconomic environment. Institutions. When I say institutions, what do I mean? People, when you say independence of institutions, people think it's only limited to politics. It's also in business. NCC, the message board chair, the board, CEO and everyone. NCC is our government institution, but should not be of government. It's from government, but not of government. What do I mean? That independence in delivering. I don't want a scenario where board chair you will say, no, this one I'm not going to analyze the competitiveness challenge maybe because I spoke to a minister, he's not comfortable with this. I know it's not happening, but this is a future warning, isn't it? It's very important. So competitiveness, let it be a subject which transcends beyond public and private sector. And I'm happy. We have to put our heads together for what NCC had just done as they start. Let's put our heads together for this. I think it's quite very commendable in every sense of the word. I'm certainly going to ignore the director of ceremony because he's whispering to me as I'm going to look at a few things. Infrastructure. I think there's not much I can say about infrastructure except the aging part. I think we had seen a lot of progress in infrastructure, private sector, public sector, but also we commend government. I think we have to agree. Look at the road networks. Yes, there's still a lot of work to do. You talk of the parliament, you talk of the airports outside South Africa or Aratambo. You can't possibly compare with most of the institutions. The duty is us also as private sector to complement government on that. So the duty of private sector is not just to criticize. After a government does this, where are we? It's an issue on that. I think it's very important. So we compliment government on that, in getting that. But on competitiveness, just look at, for example, the cost of fuel in this country. Airline. To fuel a plane in Zimbabwe, on average, you pay $1.12. You go to South Africa, you want to fuel at Aratambo, you're talking of 60, 70 cents. The same liter. So can you see the structural problems we also have? So you see, if you talk to airlines, they'll tell you, when I come into Zimbabwe, the first thing I do is to make sure my tank is still safe enough to fly 45 minutes into Lusaka, because Zimbabwe is costly, including food. These are competitiveness issues. We're interested in airlines. Remember cargo. You talk of horticulture sector, you talk of this. Another issue, which is quite worrisome, Minister, SIs, statutory instruments. Oh, someone can teach me now how many SIs are already there since January 2025. And the same thing, these SIs have a bias to business. I think the biggest challenge we are having together, after pushing a police move, I don't know whether together government, you are impatient to wait for the police to respond. Because it's one police. Then tomorrow there are people who are doing this. Let's put another SI to deal with these ones. So SI is an issue. Delegated legislations. That's SI. But the risk of SI, Mkoma Chido, I think you know, but possibly you also teach us. There's a portfolio committee, legal, which has to go through all the SIs to see that they are aligned to the main piece of legislation, which is an act of parliament, supporting whichever act. The hope from private sector, obviously, is all SIs we are having, they are also passing through the legal committee to see either they are ultra-virus or they are aligned to the policy of the land. But the moment you see SIs coming, it creates an uncertain business environment. So, Minister, I don't know how we can push for limiting SIs and rely on the many policy documents or blueprints. It is an issue for business. You wake up, there's an SI, you have to wake up 8 o'clock. The next SI, you have to do this. We can't do that. It's an issue. Another issue we are worried about, obviously, is at NCC, we covered it in our last study, corruption. That's a serious cancer. Everyone who carries a task, they believe they need a kickback. So I hope in this room, as we deliberate competitiveness, let's also try to find ways to deal with corruption. Our mayor in Harare has forgotten his address. I don't know how many people are forgetting their home addresses out there. It comes in different shapes, isn't it? And it's happening. That's quite, as I conclude, obviously you can see I have a lot of issues, but we have to balance. The education system, remember I hinted on it. Are we delivering the right graduate for this industry? I think for the next 2 days, let's deliberate on that. Our education institutions delivering the right student to promote SME, to come into the industry. Is the problem structural unemployment to do with the deindustrialization? Or it's other issues? Let's interrogate the quality of education we have. Lastly, Competition Act, Minister, you oversee the competition body. For you to just measure a notification fee to transact in this country, 1.5 million threshold. Your business, within that range of 1.5 million, it has to go through competition tariff. I think that's too low a policy. It makes it uncompetitive. All business will be knowing, no, competition tariff is on our radar. And in addition to that, going forward, I don't know how we can look at the structure even of CTC, because you compare, for example, to one of the best competition bodies in the country, in the world, in Africa. Competition Authority in South Africa. Competition Authority in South Africa, transactions are handled every 3 weeks. They make decisions. In Zimbabwe, you have to wait for the whole quarter for the body to sit to make a decision on your transaction. And after that, they choose either to postpone making a decision or make it. So the competition law itself, it also needs review. I'm sure through the panel discussion and other platforms, we'll be deliberating. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Let's give Chris a big round of applause. The man is much taller than me, so I could not push him off the stage, you know. Otherwise, I ended. Thank you very much. Let's quickly move on to Gibson. He is much shorter than me, so if he takes too long, I can always lift him off. Gibson, please come through. He is the CEO of the CEO Africa Roundtable. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Alios, and greetings, all delegates, honorable ministers. I greet you once again. I come from CEO Africa Roundtable, a platform that brings together chief executives from Zimbabwe and beyond. So, you know what, we are talking about the very same subject matter with my two colleagues, and a number of aspects have already been covered. But there's one slide which I'm going to zero on, which actually talks beyond industry competitiveness, but to look at national competitiveness. And also to look at the macro elements that we think ought to be addressed to make us a competitive nation. Alois, this thing, right? Which one? All right. Alois, this is not moving. All right, you can move. I'll play my slides here. All right, thank you. So, competitiveness presupposes that there is efficiency. Because for you to be competitive, you have to be efficient. You have to be producing the right product at the least possible price. All right? So there are a lot of macroeconomic elements that come into that equation for you to be efficient. The first elements at firm level, at enterprise level, it's supposed that you have to have the right business model, You have to have the right methods of producing. You ought to have the right tools to produce, the right infrastructure and everything else. That is at firm level. Historically, I think we can all agree that Zim went through a very serious period of lack of investment in the industry, lack of retooling in the industry. So if you look at the number of our manufacturing entities, you find that some of them use 1980 equipment, 1970 equipment, and there is absence of productive financing in the market for them to be able to do that. A classical example is the brick manufacturers. If you look at the brick manufacturing industry in this country, the majority are now Chinese. I think there are over 10 players that are Chinese brick manufacturers that are manufacturing bricks in this country. The local players, there used to be 3. One of them folded, 2 remain. But these 2 that remain, they can only also manufacture bricks in non-rain seasons because their equipment and technologies do not allow them to manufacture bricks in a rain season. That's a tooling issue. If you ask them what do they require for them to retool, some of them, they are looking for something not more than $5 million. But where can they get the money from? The local market cannot supply the credit at the right price. All right? So it brings me to a very important aspect which I wanted to highlight, which is hemorrhaging this economy, which is a pricing problem. Mugaga talked about it from an exchange rate point of view. That's a pricing issue where we've got a wrong price for money. It also comes to the price of credit, which is interest rates. Certainly, you cannot sufficiently borrow for retailing purposes at an interest rate that is above 20%. Because you cannot even get margins in terms of profit that can beat that. So it defeats the whole purpose to borrow in the first place. So one aspect which I think is the militating against competitiveness of this economy is pricing issues. By just looking at pricing, perhaps we can solve a number of challenges in this country. How do we deal with this? The tried and tested model is to simply allow the laws of economics to take place, that is, allow the market to function, and you can only intervene where there's failure. But for us to regulate a market which is not failing in the first place, it actually amounts to giving a tax or an albatross on that particular economy. That's number one. Number two, we've got structural issues in this economy. One of it is to do with our infrastructure matters. For instance, it actually costs 7 times cheaper to transport goods by rail compared to road. But if you look at the capacity of our NRZ and the lack of investment in that crucial national asset, you discover that we are actually incurring more costs in moving goods across the country as we ought to be. This can be resolved by simply having a functional rail system in this country. Chris went at long to talk about the regulation and regulatory environment. I won't label on that, but only maybe to emphasize that I spoke to one industrialist who was of the view that what was happening in the retail sector is obviously self-correction and right-sizing because he thinks the retail sector was over-trading. And also he thinks the economy was actually over-trading at a large, and we might all need to cut our cloth. He was actually supporting vigorously the contraction or the tight monetary stance by the RBC. And I said, there's nothing wrong with right-sizing. There's nothing wrong with cutting the cloth. But what is happening, it ought to happen across the board. Chris tried to bring that point to say, perhaps we also have an over-bloated government. So as the private sector is cutting the cloth to the right size, the public sector ought to follow the same. Otherwise, we risk having a very serious mismatch where you have a contracting private sector and a growing public sector, which is being fed by a contracting private sector. And that can actually create a serious mismatch and imbalance in the economy, which can eventually lead both the public sector to have revenue chaos, as we are seeing today, and the private sector also risking death in that order. The other point that I want to make, Honorable Minister, is to do with the degree of our technological sophistication. This also goes hand in hand with our labor costs, not necessarily per unit, but per number of people that we do employ in our factories. I think it helps significantly leapfrog and be competitive if we use the right technologies. I simply gave you an example of the brick manufacturing, both is a case at hand. No local manufacturer at the moment, brick manufacturers, can compete with the Chinese because they are using top-notch technologies. And they can produce whilst you are waiting for your bricks. But if you look at the other brick manufacturers, probably you pay now and you wait for 3 months for those bricks to be delivered. So there's no way you can compete in such a scenario. The other issue that I wanted to talk about was the issue to do with the institutional setup. You know, institutions, they should exist to provide capacity for you and me to flourish. If the institution becomes a burden, or it becomes actually a burden on my production lines, production processes, then perhaps we need to relook if we seriously still need such kind of institutions, or sometimes we might need to marry some and everything else. Honorable Minister, competitiveness should lead to prosperity, should lead to growth in per capita incomes of the individuals. So the million-dollar question that we should ask ourselves is, when we are setting all the policies, when we are setting all the regulations, what is the net impact on the dollar that goes in the pocket of the citizen? I think that should be the premise or the overarching objective as we speak about competitiveness today. I'll give you an example of taxation, and I'll isolate one tax, which is the payee. For anyone who earns above $100 today in this economy, for every extra dollar that you earn above $100, 20% goes to payee, right? So you're remaining with 80 cents to spend. Then if you go and transfer that money, perhaps you want to pay school fees, 2% is deducted via the IMTT, perhaps plus an additional 1% via the bank charges and everything else. So 23% is gone. Then VAT is charged on your point of payment, which is 15%. So already close to 40%. You have lost 40 cents out of every dollar that you have. The effect is you are killing aggregate demand. You are killing aggregate demand. You are decreasing the expenditure power of the citizens. And how do we see this? We see this through shrinking formal sales in the retail sector. When I'm faced with little dollars, what do? I look for the best, I look for the cheapest product that I can earn. And normally this cheapest product are found on the informal sector. My last point, which is perhaps not exactly a competitiveness issue, but it's actually a result and a consequence of lack of production in uncompetitive macroeconomic environment, which is actually informalization. Informalization is on the growth, and I think there's no debate about that. What we are also seeing is a tacit agreement by the Treasury to say the informal sector is growing, is evidenced by following them through and try to extract a few dollars through some taxes that the Treasury is introducing. My greatest fear is, if you look at what we call the informal sector today, perhaps these are people that are kind of self-employed. In other economies, these are people who are typical candidates of unemployment benefits. So we actually have got a serious misconception in this country where we say informalization is growing, but what is the quality of life in that informal sector that it can warranty us trying to put them in the tax bracket? I am of the particular view where we say perhaps we can be more competitive as a country if we cut our cloth and relook at the size of our budget and test it if it can be effectively sustained by the size of our formal economy. Cut the cloth, reduce the taxes, allow the formal sector to grow, and also incentivize those who have got capacity in the informal to formal. The talk to say, formalize so that you can contribute to the fiscus is not an incentive to all, at all, because it amounts like to saying, come closer so that I can take a bit from you. Certainly no one would be willing to do that. But if we reduce the taxes, not only in the number of taxes, but also in the rates of these particular taxes, allow the formal sector to grow, and allow the informal to see the advantages of being formal through reduction in taxes and also access to the formal value chains, like what Cornelia said. Perhaps we can then reverse this scourge of informalization, which is actually becoming worse in the sense that it's not only the informal, but it's only the formal who are now also informally trading, which is actually a very serious cancer that needs to be dealt with. Most of the issues have been covered by my colleagues. I thank you on that note.
Let's give Gibson a very big round of applause for sticking to time. Thank you very much, Gibson, and for a wonderful presentation. The three gentlemen who remain up here will have an opportunity to then ask them questions, but we now move into a very exciting part of the program where we're going to have a presentation on the policy options to enhance sustainable industrial productivity and competitiveness. And who better to make that presentation than the Honorable Minister himself, Honorable Mr. Mangaliso Ndlovu, the Minister of Industry and Commerce. Let's give him a big round of applause. Minister, sir. Let's continue giving him a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I was looking at the three gentlemen here, and you can imagine I deal with them on a regular basis. That's the torture that I have to go through. Allow me to recognize she's my mother, Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Community Small and Medium Enterprise Development, Honorable Monica Mtswangwa. I recognize the Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development, Honorable Polite Kambamura. My brother, Honorable Chidua, the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee Chair. I'm not too sure if we have other members of the executive, ministers, deputy ministers. I know we have a number who will be joining us today. Secretary Dr. Ushe. I see a number of heads of parastatals here. And I see, well, he's my permanent secretary, although he wants me to recognize him as the head of Traffic Safety Council of Zimbabwe. I worked with him for quite a long time. I saw head of ZIDA, head of PRAS, there could be other institutions. We have our distinguished speakers here, some coming from abroad. I think they will be delivering their presentations today. And to my colleagues here up front, thank you very much for being candid. They know that I encourage that, because as a country we can only improve when we are able to discuss issues as frank as we possibly can. To the board chair, NCC, and your team, allow me to acknowledge the good work that you have done in convening this first ever Competitiveness Summit. If I forget my partisan PF, I recognize the leadership from the party. If Politburo member, Central Committee, and everyone are here. Captains of Industry and Commerce, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I have to apologize because my presentation first will be very short, but secondly will not be on what I have been asked to present on. They did not discuss that with me. Can you imagine? This is my own team. I will not present on that for a simple reason that my firm belief is that the key outcomes of this summit, at the end of the summit, it's where we really need to consolidate and say what are the key policy interventions that we need to come up with or that we need to focus on to address the issues that are here. So we are here as government mainly to listen, but not to listen to complaints and the rantings that I was hearing. We are here to come up with a Zimbabwean story, a Zimbabwean solution to the challenges that we all acknowledge. I think those who were there in the briefing, I highlighted that the challenges that were articulated here are well documented. I think what is needed really from all of us is to say, how do we resolve these issues, because they weigh down on our progress as a country. They are suffocating our private sector. And I'm really delighted to say that those who have been following news, certainly there's never been a clearer statement by the head of state than what the president mentioned when he opened cabinet last week. I am sure we must have all taken note. There's somebody who phoned me yesterday and said, Minister, I want to thank the president. Thank him on my behalf. It's Sekai, she's not here, so I'll sell her out. And she says, the president clearly pointed out where the problems are, and I didn't hear the private sector coming out, although my view is that the private sector has also something to do. Allow me to quote what the president said last week. He said, we must remove barriers that hinder business growth and investment, ensuring that Zimbabwe becomes an attractive destination for both local and foreign investment. Policies must empower business, not burden them. This includes reviewing fees and permits to ensure that they facilitate rather than hinder economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the president clearly indicating that this is a challenge that has to be addressed head on, I want to appeal to my colleagues, to state-owned entities. You know, I was doing an analysis, maybe throughout the summit some will be flagged. I know as we're engaging the private sector, we discussed this at length. We took certain policy decisions sometime, I think it was between 2014 and 2017, to reduce the burden that the fiscus was bearing as a result of carrying parastatals and state-owned entities. And what came out, you would realize that over that period, a number of these parastatals were weaned off Treasury and were then instructed to eat what they kill. I hope they're not killing business, but they are certainly eating somewhere. Now, this is an unintended consequence, obviously, of a good move. It is good that as government, we try to minimize the burden that the fiscus is faced with. But the problem we have now is that quite a number of our regulatory bodies will have what are called compliance costs. You know, if it's a compliance cost, Whether you have traded or not, some of them you have to make payments. Whether you have made profit or not, you have to make a payment. And yet, Treasury has to wait for you to make profit and they can get a percentage of their corporate tax. Well, that is just one simple aspect, one area around competitiveness that we will be looking at. But colleagues, we need to utilize this platform to look at quite a number of areas that we know if we address them, we put our country on a better path towards growth. Let me give you a bit of journey, the short journey that we have traveled. Let me start from when I rejoined the ministry, because if I go before that, I might end up misrepresenting certain facts. We engaged industry, and that's why I'm saying a lot of issues that have been raised today, they have raised them before us, and they culminated in what we presented last year in July to Cabinet as the state of industry. I'm sure those who follow post-Cabinet briefings would have appreciated that. I can assure you that Cabinet deliberated on this issue for not less than 3 hours, and clearly there is concern that it's an area that we have maybe not focused on as much as we should. Since 2019, I think the last time we had that Global Competitiveness Index published is the last time we then lost focus on addressing competitiveness issues. I am happy that OPC has rekindled that, which is a cabinet decision that emanated from that discussion to say, let's go back to addressing those issues. The last time we came out, I think 127 out of 141. It's not a glorious rating, but it was an improvement at the time. And it was because of the effort that government was putting in our attempts to address competitiveness issues. Allow me to touch briefly on what I believe are critical elements that we ought to focus on during the course of the 2 days. And these are the issues that are used by GCI in assessing or in measuring our competitiveness. I think we have focused a lot on the business environment, the ease and cost of doing business, the regulatory environment, and maybe to some extent, infrastructure. This is one of quite a number of parameters that are used to assess competitiveness. And clearly we have a lot of work to do in this. We will be writing to all of you. I see Praz is here. They were giving me some of the charges there. Zita is there. Expect that we will be highlighting some of these to say, let us look at them. And as we assist NCC in doing their first ever regulatory impact assessment report, which should be published this year, we need to analyze the impact of some of the regulations that we have. Macroeconomic stability is again a critical enabler. I think this was also touched on mainly by Chris Mgaga, but all three of them highlighted this: the fiscal policy, the monetary policy, and again, issues of making sure that we keep our inflation under control. I must say, Mr. Kundan, I agree with people who say, let us keep the tight monetary policy in place. For me, stability will drive recovery in a number of sectors. Of course, ceteris paribus. That's what you economists like to say. Infrastructure. Again, it was touched on briefly. It's really important to acknowledge that the Second Republic has made serious strides in addressing infrastructure issues. The gap had taken time, and it will take time for us to fill. You will recognize that we are a country that has struggled for the last 25 years to access international capital. But the president has said, let us look inwards. What is supposed to kill us, let us use it to build our country. And we have seen infrastructure development taking place. This is one area that I would really be happy to see a private sector coming in strongly, even if it means finding ways of attracting capital into infrastructure, technology, as was picked by some of our colleagues here. How best can we consolidate as Zimbabweans? I know us to be masters of our destiny. We cannot meet here, complain for 2 days, and we go back and say we have done a good job. We need to say, what are the solutions that we come up with as Zimbabweans? Another key parameter that is used by GCI is that of the economic performance, GDP growth, productivity, and innovation. I think I'll talk a bit about innovation because it also is a standout parameter. To what extent can we as an economy leverage on the human capital that we know ourselves to have? I am not too sure if in recent memory I can speak of any breakthrough innovations coming from industry. I'm not saying they are not there. It could be me who would have missed them. These are issues that we should be talking about. You know, I remember one time at some point I took the president to commission a plant, and that plant was said to be, I think, the second in Africa, but the technology from Europe. It got me thinking that yes, maybe we have invested in the right technology now, but how sustainable is this? I'm sure you'll remember Prof. Murira famously last year. He said, if your machine breaks down and you realize that the number you have to dial does not start with +263, you still have a long way to go. I think we need to have a focus on our R&D, on our technology innovations. You know, I was in Dubai last week, and the topic throughout the week had to do with AI, had to do with innovations, and the question that lingered in my mind is, where is Zimbabwe? If we are to focus on competitiveness, these, in my view, are the issues that we have to frankly discuss. That's why I'm saying, I think the challenges we are all aware of, but let's just say what needs to be done. We document those, and these should be the key outcomes of this engagement. Institutional framework, I think issues of governance, issues of corruption, and the rule of law. Chris mentioned this. This cuts across. There is a tendency of wanting to point fingers, and rent-seeking has become a cancer that we have to cure. I always say you cannot say a minister is corrupt because he took a bribe. I think the first person to be corrupt is the person who gave Minister of the bribe. Let us address that. Imagine a country where we are so disciplined that I would say I would rather not get this service if it means I have to bribe to get it. It is possible to have a Zimbabwe that is clean because its citizens would have said, no, we will not take this. So again, I challenge all of us, private and public sector, that we have work to do. I think the last key parameter that I will touch on is on human capital, which I believe as a country we are yet to take full advantage of. I mean, we have seen what the president has done in coming up with innovation hubs so that our students from tertiary institutions begin to exercise their minds in coming up with breakthrough innovations. And I've discussed this with the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, that we need to create strong linkages between higher and tertiary institutions and industry so that their ideas can then be taken on board by industry. Colleagues, our task here as government, much as we will make speeches here and there, is to listen, is to learn, is to come up with solutions together, solutions that can drive this economy forward. I'm happy that Deputy Chief Secretary Manungo is now in, because this is a baby that lies in his desk. He coordinates all ministries and state-owned entities to make sure that issues of competitiveness are addressed head-on. I was supposed to talk about policy initiatives and the rest, but I thought we need to set the tone correctly so that when we make interventions, our idea is to say, as a country, we cannot continue to ignore what others would call the elephant in the room. I'm an elephant, so I always object to an elephant being abused. Competitiveness, colleagues, if we address it, can be a key enabler for our country to move forward. All of us who have come here this morning, I want to thank you, but I look forward to a robust discussions so that as policymakers, we can emerge from this platform empowered and clear of what has to be done. And the President has given us instructions. We have no choice but to follow that. Colleagues, I thank you very much. I see you are still sitting, so I stuck to my time. Thank you.
Let's give Honorable Minister Ndlovu a big round of applause. I think when he mentioned the statement that was issued by His Excellency in Cabinet, and let me just summarize a bit. He says we must, the President, that's the President, who said we must remove barriers that hinder business growth. Policies must empower businesses and not hinder them. I do not see us giving that statement a big round of applause. Let's give him another, because this is what we are clamoring for as business. This is what we want. And I think the President then threw it to his team to then see that this is, taken up. So I've been instructed by the Secretariat here to say we break for tea for 20 minutes, and then we come back. The Minister has been very kind to us. He's willing to take questions as well as we are asking questions for the panel. Maybe we can break for tea and come back after 20 minutes, then they can come back up again. Or if you prefer, we do the questions now, and then we break for tea. What do you prefer? Let's do it now. Okay. So the Minister records, let's just deal with it now, and then we just move to the next session after tea. I think I agree with that as well. Thank you very much, the three gentlemen and the Minister. And it's now open to the floor. The NCC team, I've got some mics here. Maybe let's take them to the, who's going to be holding the roving mics? Let me also welcome Deputy Chief Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Wamanungo. Welcome, sir. And my wife comes from his village, so I'm a Mkwasha, so I need to behave now. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. Okay, so you raise your hand. I see a hand right at the back there. Please introduce yourself, your name, and your organization, and tell us where you are directing your question, and then you can then do your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Kuznesa Dzimbo, and I'm the CEO of the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education. Just very briefly, a question was asked. Are our institutions of higher education producing people with the right skills? For me, the answer is unequivocal. The answer is yes. I think with the introduction of a heritage-based education 5.0, our universities have completely changed. In fact, when I go to the University of Zimbabwe, where I worked for a long time, I don't recognize the institution. So in terms of the curriculum, and we don't just call it a curriculum, it's the program qualification mix that our students, both at the undergraduate and at the postgraduate level, are being exposed to. we are exposing them to an education that says there must be a very close, almost dynamic linkage between the university and industry. You are all familiar with the triple helix, the quintuple helix, etc. This is now being experienced in our institutions. I'll just mention one or two institutions in the country where they've got a very close relationship with our industry. The Chinhoyi University of Technology, for instance, is one such example, where in agriculture they're producing proteins for cattle, but they're working with our industry. If you go to the University of Zimbabwe itself, there is a lot that is happening between the University of Zimbabwe and industry. So this translates into the program qualification mix that our students are exposed to, both at the undergraduate and at the postgraduate level. So the answer to the question that are we producing graduates that are fit for purpose in terms of the knowledge, the skills, the competencies, and even the attitudes that they get in terms of socio-economic and industrial development in this country? For me, the answer is yes. Obviously, our objective as enunciated by the Minister of Higher Education is much, much broader than what we are talking about at the moment. But I just wanted to explain, look at any of our faculties, whether it is the 4 universities that are offering medicine in this country today, and you look at the kind of research that is coming out of those institutions and how that research is symbiotically linked to what is happening in the health industry. You look at pharmacy, agriculture. So the answer to that question, are we producing graduates in our institutions that are fit for purpose, that have got the skills that we need? The answer is yes.
Thank you,
There's
sir.
still room for improvement. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's a comment rather than a question. Thank you very much. Let's keep our questions very short due to time. I mentioned earlier that we are already behind time, so let's make it very quick and short.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and all presenters. My names are Professor Albert Makochikano, UZ Business School Director. So let me just say in a few seconds. So I was very fortunate, I'm fortunate to do the ZNCC Industry and Commerce Survey each year, the NCC Zimbabwe Competitiveness Report, the Chamber of Mines Survey. Most of the issues, if not all, that we are talking about here, they've been mentioned in those surveys. And my contribution, well, not a question, but Honorable Minister, since I'm a researcher, looking at history, 100 years going back, economic growth and development the world over shows that a country has to make bold decisions, 2 of them. Either, number 1, heavily taxing, numerous regulations, and expensive ease of doing business. So that's what they can choose. Currently, that's where we are in Zimbabwe. Or number 2, allow the business to flourish and grow by reducing or removing all these above. So I'm happy that's what His Excellency has said. Otherwise, there's no magic to that matter. Either we continue as we are with all the taxes, we cannot have them coexist, or we remove. So that's my contribution. Me, I'm for the second option. Let's remove in whatever format, be they taxes, regulations, so that at the end of the day, we arrive 2030 ku Canaan. Nyika inoyera uchi nemukaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, I see another.
Thank you, ED.
Thank you.
My name is Mtoko Nyivimbai, National Assembly member for Marondra East constituents and a member of the Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce. Yes, it is very, very correct that the competitiveness will relate to 2 key issues, which are quality and cost, maybe, and price. So my question to Mr. Dube, yeah, you highlighted on the issue of the CIP, where we are rated in the SADC and even in Africa, particularly on the manufacturing manufacturing capacity of the goods. So, with that in mind, what should be done? What should be the policy? How should the policy influence so that our index on CIP can actually changes? As the president has said that the policy should enhance the business performance. So what and how should that be done? You also highlighted on the cost of labor, where you say we were over $2.50 cost per person comparing to other countries up north. My second question is to you, my brother Mgaga. Yes, you did highlight that the market forces should prevail in the setup so that we experience the reality of things. You highlighted the issues of the exchange rate, the issue of currency, where we are using multi-currency. So again, the question will be, from your point of analysis, what then should be the policy do, and how should it be implemented on the exchange rate so that we've got stability on the exchange rate, as well as on having one currency to that. My last question, it's a comment rather. Yes, indeed we have experienced a lot of development in as far as infrastructure is concerned, and it is infrastructure which enhances development, and infrastructure is very key. So we also want to thank the head of state and government and the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade ED, for ensuring that all this has happened given the environment that we are in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Honorable. It's Honorable who, by the way?
Mutokonyi.
Mutokonyi, okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, okay. Honorable Mutokonyi. Right. Oh, okay, there's another question there.
Yeah, I have two questions, and I'll be brief. The first question is to our Honorable Minister.
Sorry. I took it for granted that everyone knows you because I know you, but please introduce yourself.
My name is Reneth Mano. I'm the Executive Administrator from the Livestock Meat Advisory Council. That's my name, and thank you. Question. Honorable Minister, we hear a lot about Zimbabwe tracking foreign direct investments with NCC and other entities under your wing there in the ministry. Do we at all bother to quantify domestic direct investments and the assumptions that our shareholders are making in committing the investments that they are doing? I'm sure you have realized that here in Bulawayo, new investments have cropped up, new companies, new factories throughout Zimbabwe. We are all based on domestic savings and domestic investments. And sometimes we tend to appreciate and highlight investments coming from China and everywhere else. Do we track domestic investments? Do we engage with domestic investors and really try to make sure that the assumptions under which those domestic investments in the policy arena are not violated? In particular, I think the second, perhaps related to that, has to do with the violations, with the knee-jerk kind of policy changes that sometimes happen in the policy arena. In agriculture, for example, I mean, all of a sudden introduction of VAT on meats and foods that Zimbabwe government had for a long time considered not to be zero rated. Can you imagine companies that have already committed $15–20 million projected on based on projected demand, and all of a sudden their projections for the next 10 years based on these investments? What are their rate of return on that investment, and what kind of assurance can we give any companies going into 2025 in terms of how much they should do in retooling, and what environment will they face in the coming 5, 10, 15 years on the policy arena? The second issue has to do, perhaps through you also, Honorable Minister, and also our presidents from the business associations. We celebrated when Treasury wind off regulatory entities from the fiscal budget. But we thought at that time the winning offer was a statement or commitment about valuation of the relevance and the net contribution of the regulations to economic development versus perhaps diluting the incentives for development. But rather than make the political decision to actually win off and fellow some of the regulators, they were then given the license to go there, hunt and kill. And now, 4 years later, after a successful completion, I think under OPC of ease of doing business analysis, the regulations that were sentenced to death are now back because our regulators have to survive, our regulatory entities have to survive. So sometimes I think in this new promised land where we are going to engage once more, perhaps from OPC and His Excellency the President, we need some discipline from our line ministries that once a decision has been made to reduce, eliminate, and cut some of these regulations and regulatory entities, they don't then come back again and show up 4 years later and we re-engage again. You know, we are not moving the agenda forward. We are going 2 steps backwards, we re-engage again for 4 months, I think it was 6 months of engagement. And we fear that the decision, a political decision has been made on some of these costly regulatory entities and regulations to be scrapped, completely scrapped. They were already demoted once. Now the decision has to be, whether it's NCC study, to inform that decision, whether those that were demoted should be continuing or should be consolidated.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Doc. Before I give the floor for our gentleman to respond, let me just call upon Dr. G. Chugumira. He is the Executive Director for ZEPARI. Dr. Chugumira, is he in the house? If you could also come to the front and join us up here. Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Minister, let me start with you to respond. I think you've got 1 or 2 questions there. But also as a follow-up to Dr. Mano's question, our regulatory bodies, are they supposed to make a profit when they are operating? Because one gets a sense that at times that they are operating to make a profit. Yes, I understand that they are supposed to survive, but are they supposed to make a profit? Because some of their costs, I was being told that I think it's the Department of Parks who have just recently increased or about to increase their charges by about 400% or something, you know, in this environment. So I don't know, are these regulatory bodies supposed to make a profit, you know, when in their operations? Maybe you can then answer that maybe in conjunction with Dr. Mano's question, Honorable Minister.
But we didn't agree that he asked questions. Should he be asking questions? All right, thank you so much, Events Director. I'm really not too sure which questions, maybe from Dr. Mano, that might require my intervention. His first question is on whether we bother to quantify domestic direct investment. I know Zida is here. Normally we get our investment figures from them. Suffice to say that in my short stint in the Ministry of Industry to date, I have not had an opportunity to interact with foreign investors. All I have interacted with are domestic investors and executives in most of these institutions. By and large, this economy is driven by Zimbabweans. Yes, we acknowledge, we appreciate foreign investment that is coming, but largely it is domestic investment. And which is why it is important to have a platform like this, because our desire is to say, how can we continuously improve the environment where these investors are operating? So that is why we are here. And we we welcome these ideas that will be coming to say maybe there are certain areas that might frustrate future potential investment from our own people, and this is how certain things can be managed. I'll have to apologize because I don't want to preempt what my colleagues will present on. The Ministry of Finance will be coming. When I had a discussion with the minister yesterday, he said he will be represented by his deputy. I'm not too sure if he's in already. So I know there is a whole issue around taxes. So let me not respond on the VAT on meat and other taxes per se, lest I misrepresent that. The whole idea is that we need to engage in these discussions. I don't know, my brother, if you would want to make a comment on investment. He says not now. So he will comment later. But I'm sure they've disaggregated investments from international or foreign to domestic. So the issue of winning of parastatals, I'm not too sure if there was a death sentence, but there's one man in this house who will know that process way more than all of us. And at the time, he was the Secretary of Finance, and he has now been elevated. He's the Deputy Chief Secretary, Dr. Manungu. I'm sure we could get a comment from him at some point. But as I highlighted, this is my observation. Because in my previous portfolio, I had an institution like Forestry Commission. At one point was a department, it was weaned off, and the weaning off was struggling a bit because they were not killing enough. We had to go back to Treasury because it's an institution that we can't afford to die. I'm sure Mnodawa can agree with me. We battled with Forestry Commission together. There are a number of parastatals who unfortunately have to survive almost exclusively outside Treasury. My view, and I was discussing with the Minister of Finance, was to say, let us have an independent assessment, Dr. Manungu, to quantify how much revenue is collected outside Treasury. You'll be surprised to find that maybe they are almost matching, if not surpassing. It is one of the concerns that the President raises. So it's not a topic to sweep under the carpet, because the head of state has raised concerns to say we need to be enabling rather than hindering the private sector growth. So I am sure that we will be preoccupied with this issue this year. Those who might have seen our industrial reconstruction and growth plan, we speak largely to these issues to say during the course of 2025, before we can even think of NDS2 or ZNIDP2, let us address these bottlenecks. And I think we are on track. This summit couldn't have come at a better time. If there is a question that I have not answered, it is his, because he was not supposed to ask a question.
But I'm the ED.
Should they make profit? I'm not too sure they are posting profits. If anything, they'll be saying it's a surplus, which is another word for profit. But let me just say it's an area that we have to engage deeply in. The regulatory impact assessment has to be an objective, not emotional process. Here we can allow emotions to go, but there has to be a scientific process that will help us to determine if certain regulations are needed, if they are aiding our economy or they are inhibiting its growth. And I'm happy to say that NCC assists with that, but we are happy to allow people to speak freely around the issue. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And also, I must add at this time, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce last year, I think it was in November. In fact, I remember, it was actually on my birthday, on the 1st of November in Mutare. They launched the Zimbabwe Industrialization Growth and Reconstruction Plan, ZIGRP, or in short, you can just say ZIGRIRIP. That plan, I urge all of you here to get a copy of that plan. That is a brilliant plan, which if we see it through, Our problem in most cases is that we don't see these plans through. But if we see that plan through, I can almost assure you that next year, this time, we'll be talking a totally different situation. So let's give the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, through the Minister, a big round of applause for coming up with that brilliant blueprint. Chris Mugaga.
Do you know, I watched Gift Mugano. He said that document will not pass Economics 101. And you are saying it's a brilliant plan.
No, it's a brilliant plan. Honestly, it is. Chris Mugaga, I think you've got 1 or 2 questions to respond to.
Thank you. You said gift Mugano, not Mugaga. Thank you. Mugano. Thank you very much. Yeah, Honorable Mtokonyi, I think they call it an emotive subject, the exchange rate subject. I'm happy when I even saw some of the familiar faces walking into the room from the central bank coming in. A debate on what is the corrective price of money, the exchange rate. If you talk to central bankers, including the ones we have in this country, they will tell you about the vector error correction model, for instance. They have good models. To them, which will make sense to say, after modeling, it should make sense that the ZIG should be at 26 to $1 US. But the crazy part of markets, they always say markets don't lie. If you don't trust markets, it's just as good as you and I will never question the price of bread when we walk into a shop and find it at $1. Imagine if we try to be academic and say, but why $1? It looks like it should be somewhere around 80. That's how we feel after pricing the inputs of making bread. That's exactly what we are doing on the current. So it is an issue, but as private sector, our position remains clear that once you respect market forces, you will not have a challenge. I believe there's a fear at the central bank on liberalizing, but I don't think that fear should carry the day, because everyone would know exchange rate depreciation, it's basically a monetary phenomenon. When money supply is under control, you're not printing, you're not doing anything. No matter how many speculators you have in the economy who wants to have a different rate, they will become tired overnight. Then interestingly, one issue, my brother MC, there's an academic, I forgot his name, from the corner. He raised an interesting issue about saying universities are producing right graduates. I think the reason why we are in this room is to deliberate on whether the graduates are right or wrong. Obviously, it's coming from academic. He's convinced that his graduates are right. But I believe industry has also its misgivings on the quality of human labor we have, and possibly we have a debate on that going forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cornelius, I think there was a question for you as well.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Honorable. The question was very simple. It says you presented a CIP which was showing that we're not doing well, so what policy can be done to improve? Okay, so the first response I have is what I said in my presentation. The first is, let's make it profitable for firms to become competitive. Once they what will make the environment profitable, obviously they will also see them almost trying to ensure that they are always in line. Any new technology that comes in, they invest in it, they upgrade their equipment so that they also remain afloat. How do we make them profitable? In this room, I remember I said that I'm only going to talk about one issue. There are several that I can talk about, but I will not go to what was not in my presentation. The issue that was in my presentation, let's reduce the regulatory compliance cost, and then they become profitable. We would have actually solved one of the issues. In fact, reducing the compliance cost is one way of ensuring competitiveness. Then the others, let's just do what Botswana and Mauritius are trying to do to our own manufacturing companies here. They are saying, come and invest in our special zones that they have there. And they're saying all the issues that you're talking about, they're talking about cost, and you are not going to pay tax, you're not going to pay VAT, you're not going to pay any regulator, anything. You just come here and set up shop, and then we use you as our strategy into the African Free Trade area. In fact, that is the challenge that we have as a country. There's competition for our own manufacturers that we have here. It's other countries, Botswana, Mauritius, they're trying to make them set up so that they supply the region from there. In other words, we will get the products from our former members, but they will be supplying from Mauritius and Botswana. So in the same manner, we can also try to make it attractive for new investors, low-cost producers of the same products to come and set up shop in Zimbabwe. But again, I'm sure throughout the course of the day, will be issues on investment and all will be talked about, which I might not want to preempt now. But that is also another option. Let's make sure that we can attract investment out there, especially companies that can come and produce at a cost that just like give the competition that Gibson was talking about in BRICS. Let's also have another company that can produce the same products cheaper. But obviously, they will tell you a menu of issues that are wrong with our environment before they also come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Before we break for tea, can allow me to just 5 minutes? Let me just give Dr. G. Chigumira, the Executive Director from Zipari, to just make a brief presentation. Please, let's give him a big round of applause. Or you can do from there. You want to present from there or from here?
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. I attended another meeting and without plagiarizing, I heard the statement, a word APO, APO. He just said APO, all protocol observed. Thank you so much. I just want to share a few perspectives from what I was hearing in the discussions. Oh, I've lost up my slide, whatever. Oh dear. Sorry, I just lost my slides. But I just wanted to summarize some of the issues that were emerging from the discussions that we are having. Okay, here we are. Thank you so much. If I could summarize the issues that have been raised by colleagues, the session here is about policy options to enhance sustainable industrial productivity and competitiveness. They have defined competitiveness. They have showed us what the indices are saying. In broad summary, and is consistent with the literature, it summarizes the broad constraints of productivity growth being inadequate infrastructure, and I think that has been mentioned in various forms of infrastructure that we have, industrial infrastructure, electricity, energy, etc., etc. Number two is limited access to affordable and reliable energy. And I think we can all agree in this house that with no energy, we will not sustain the productivity, and it's also agreed in the literature. Number three is about skills gaps in the workforce. And I think a debate was already emerging whether the universities are training enough, etc., etc. But there's another element in that discussion of skills gap. It's also about skills anticipation. Do we know what skills will get us to 2030? And are the universities preparing those skills? So there's a whole exercise about skills anticipation exercise, which then informs the curriculum that we have. And so we need here evidence that will inform those processes. Then the other element is lack of investment in technology and innovation. And I think that has been mentioned in various sectors. So from that scoping, you can actually begin to see that we have a number of policy areas that we need to address within this perspective. Then coming to the perspectives that the minister did raise, you did talk about innovation and how important innovation is. And I think there are various other sessions that are coming which will unpack what do we mean by innovation. Because it can be innovation with regards to technology. It can be innovation even in the way in which our organizations and firms are structured. It can be innovation through our payment systems, a number of issues that are coming. Then there is a report, the Global 2024 Global Human Capital Trends. It also has highlighted new perspectives that should set us thinking even when we begin to discuss productivity. Because there's an element of the summary of productivity factors that I mentioned, which omits a key element, which is the human factor, human performance. Because if you are in an organization, you might have the right machines, etc. But if the attitudes of the workers and their level of motivation is not correct, you will not achieve the results that you want. So what they have said is then to say, we know what we know. Let's move from knowing the problem. I think we've all articulated the problem. And I think we can continue to articulate the problem even better. But I think what's more important is how do we bridge the gap between knowing and doing? And you have had classic cases where we say, as Zimbabwe, we have very good policies, but we fall flat on implementation. It's the doing. So I think if we can exercise our minds to say, is there even a policy trust that can enable us to do what we know to achieve the problems? Then, Minister, you did talk about, before I get to what you said, then the other element is also about rethinking the rules, operating constructs, and proxies of the past in terms of productivity. We are in a new setting where technology is moving at a terrific speed. And the constructs that we have in our mind about what pushes productivity, it has changed. And the knowledge that which was a confine of a few people management in a company, all of a sudden is transparent. People have access to all these forms of knowledge. How do we harness that to enhance productivity in a firm? We are living in a world that is a boundless, boundaryless society. And with all these technologies, how are we harnessing them to enhance productivity? So we need to move beyond productivity to measure human performance within this context to enhance productivity. Then, Honorable Minister, you did talk about rent-seeking as a cancer that needs to be cured. That's true. But the question that should be asked is, what facilitates human rent-seeking behavior? And I would hazard to say, policies create an environment for rent-seeking behavior. How? Policies create distortions. And when distortions happen, they create arbitrage opportunities. And people who look at those opportunities, they exploit them. And then, so we need then to identify and characterize within our policy space the elements that are creating the various arbitrage opportunities in various sectors, and then say, what policies do we need to address this? One of the areas that we talked about is about the regulatory impact assessment. Regulatory institutions, they have a motivation to raise revenue. They also have a mandate to enforce compliance. So you want them to see the balance between the revenue-raising motive versus the compliance enforcement. And where is that balance? What distortions are being created, and how is it affecting industry? That's where the regulatory impact assessment, properly done, can actually point us to where the problem is. I'll submit. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's give Dr. Jukuman a big round of applause for eloquently and very expertly summarizing all the issues that were brought up in this session. One of the things, that I keep hearing, even in the various groups that we are in, and even talking to people, and I think here it has been said, I think it was Kipsono, one of the guys who mentioned it here. People always say that our industry is not retooling. I would like to differ. As I mentioned earlier on, in my job at Buy Zimbabwe, I do at least about 2-3 company visits per week, where I go through and I see what is happening in our industry. As late as yesterday, before I drove down here, I did a company visit. Companies are retooling massively. There are millions of dollars that are being poured in. And I think it's good Tafatsgo is here from ZIDA, the CEO of ZIDA. I think ZIDA should not just focus on the FDI, but let's also look at the LDI that is happening. And let's talk about that so that our government officials also know, look, there is a lot of investment that is happening, and how can we, number one, protect that investment? Number two, how can we grow it, as the president said? How can we also grow that investment that has happened locally? And I want to challenge all of us here. Take time to visit companies. You will be amazed at the level of investment that has gone into this country in industry. It's massive, and that's a fact. So let's have some exercise of bringing that out so that we are all on the same page, and we all know, so that we don't have somebody say, no, there's no investment, we are using equipment from 1970s and so forth. I disagree. But anyway, that's my personal view. Maybe let's break for tea for now. I don't think there are any more questions, so let's break for, and the hand goes up. I'm sure if there's a burning question, maybe I can just take 2 questions, 2 very burning ones, then we go for tea. There's a lady who is raised, is up. You can stand up, ma'am.
Thank you. Mine is not a burning question.
Please
but
introduce yourself.
My name is Liz Webunu. I'm the Vice Chairperson for Traffic Safety Council of Zimbabwe. But my plea that I'm about to present is purely for the constituency which I represent, which are women in business. And I just wanted, through Honorable Minister Ndlovu and my dear Honorable Minister Muchangwa, that we come from a constituency where women have come out of a place where we were not able to be independent and stand in businesses. But we have that opportunity, and we had that opportunity as women, and we came in and we did. I run a business which is freight forwarding, customs clearance and freight forwarding in my other life. But we are being faced with these issues of concern on this platform of customs, taxes. And day in, day out, we are faced challenges. Trade facilitation is not easy in this country at the moment in terms of movement. So we, the regulatory bodies are so many, and I agree we need to remove them. We need to reduce the number of regulatory bodies, as well as remove certain taxes that hinder our progress. And I'm just standing here excited that the President has given a statement on that issue. And I'm glad in that issue we are included as women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bunu. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. Right. If I could, do you guys really want to go for tea or not? There's a hand there, but this will be the very last one, I promise.
Thank you very much. My name is Simon Mutisia, Country Manager, Bata Shoe Company, and I'm also the current chair for leather and footwear manufacturers. Mine is just a suggestion, and because we have been urged to start profiling, giving some suggestions on what can happen to stimulate industry. Cornelius really pointed out that one of the challenges that we are facing as manufacturers is capacity utilization. This is very true, and from where I sit, I think this is a low-hanging fruit that we should take advantage and action about. For example, most of the manufacturers, what we are facing is reduced aggregate demand. And I was thinking, buy Zimbabwe, build Zimbabwe, can a good starting point. How much is the government procuring from local manufacturers? Are we able to track that industry by industry and see how we can progress? 2, how can government also incentivize a big corporation and encourage corporates to buy local? Are we able to give them tax incentives? Are we able to give them mainly tax incentives for them to buy local and save the much needed forex exchange? Where in my industry alone, just to illustrate, if government was to buy 100,000 pairs of leather shoes in Zim, that would create directly 200 new jobs. And what is more interesting of those 200 new jobs, 50% will be in SMEs and women. So we'll have purely unlocked a big potential in that industry. So my suggestion is to encourage government and government entities also to be at the forefront to buy local. Also on the process of buying, sometimes the quotations or the tenders are requested within 8 hours. Then the supply is required within 2 weeks. In the leather value chain, to make finished leather takes 42 days. So there is need for government and procurement agencies to understand the lead times in the industry. So that will be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon. Simon is the CEO of Butter Shoe Company. He's from Kenya and very passionate about Buy Zimbabwe. He's one of the biggest supporters, and I actually have toured his factory. As I mentioned earlier, I visited this factory, so he can attest to that. I actually have taken a tour to his factory. And he spoke about a very important aspect of public procurement. I did not hear it being spoken by any of these gentlemen here, but I'm glad my brother Clever Ruswa is here, the CEO of PRAS. And this issue of public procurement is also part of the Zimbabwe Industrialization Growth and Reconstruction Plan, where government has said they want to procure about 60% of all their procurement should be from local manufacturers. Let's give a big round of applause for that. That should be good news. And if we see it through, and it will definitely have a ripple effect on the entire economy. So yeah, I think that issue has been touched on. And thank you so much, Simon, for bringing that up. Gibson, he said you are supposed to respond to an issue.
Yes, I want to respond to UAB on the retooling observation that you are making in the market. I think we need to be careful not to look at outliers. And also, I think we need to look at the economy as an aggregate instead of little pockets of success. There are certainly some sectors that are doing pretty well in this economy, very well, making huge strides, huge profits. But overall, if you look at the level of investment that is going to the industry, I think it's below even our 1996 levels. And that way, probably we need to benchmark against.
Thank you. Look, of course, we'll take this offline, but I disagree. But anyway, we'll take this offline. Let's break for tea, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, Honorable Minister wants to respond.
It would be unfair on my PEM's sake, Dr. Ushe, if I don't mention his passion, which is to see a government buying everything in Zimbabwe. And he has been working with PRAS on this.
Very good.
These guys, they've gone to the extent of looking at all my furniture manufacturing companies to say, this is the type of furniture for a director. Therefore, there is no need to import this furniture. It's available locally. That's how they have gone. Clearly, our desire is to see government supporting the private sector. And I am sure those who have followed, even the Minister of Finance, he captured it in his statement. We have gone beyond that. We are even trying to see how private sector procurement can be incentivized or encouraged to focus locally. And, you know, I tell you, the things that we are now uncovering, these are oversights. You know, when you're driving, you call them blind spots. Things that you don't even know exist. I was discussing with the Minister of Mines. There is a company that wants to manufacture, I think it's the cyanide, if I'm not mistaken. But the raw materials, if you are bringing them, the penalties that are there in form of duties will shock you. But you can actually import the final product duty-free. So we are now having to look at these things one by one. You'll know on buses, it was addressed last year. Yes. It used to attract a duty to bring in parts, but you would import a bus duty-free. So it's because we have said, let us see how to support local production, and these are the issues that are emerging. And we're asking ourselves, how did we allow this over time? But certainly, butter is in our radar. To my knowledge, if my team was candid with me, they've indicated that they are trying to arrange that all state institutions are linked with butter. But I'll have to verify these facts. My PEMSEC is there, lest I say things that are not yet in the pipeline. But we have discussed the leather value chain at length.
Oh, just because that discussion is already happening, it deserves a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Let's give a big round of applause to Honorable Minister Ndlovu and Christopher Mgaga, the CEO of ZNCC, Cornelius Dube, the Chief Economist for CZI, Gibson Gundani, the CEO of the CEO Africa Roundtable, and obviously Dr. Chugumira, the Executive Director for Zipari, for brilliant and robust presentations. Thank you so much as they take their seats. We are now breaking for tea, but before we do that, allow me to just thank our sponsors. This event would not be possible without the kind sponsorship that we received. We've got Praz, Zera, CZI, Zimbabwe Association of Dairy Farmers, Raw Retail Solutions, and Star Africa Corporation. Let us give them a very big round of applause for their generosity. Thank you so much to all our sponsors. We are now breaking for tea. Our VIPs, which is the front table, right across, they will have their tea in the VIP lounge. That is to my right, just behind these blinds there. If our top table, they'll have their tea there. And then the rest of us, we'll have our tea in Hall 2A, which is also that side, Hall 2A. That is where we'll have our teas. And of course, the MC is part of the VIPs, so I'll go in the VIP lounge. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea. Let's break for at least 15 minutes, and then we come back here at exactly 10 past 12, so that we continue these discussions. Thank you. first session that we had. That was quite robust and very interesting. I don't think anyone would want to leave because there's more where that came from. We are going to continue with such discussions as we had in the first session. So I don't think anyone will be able to leave until right at the end of the day. They want to, I'm sure you all want to continue hearing what is being said here. Thank you very much for coming back. Let me at this moment just also welcome the Honorable Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honorable July Moyo. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for coming. Let's give him a big round of applause to welcome the big man, Minister of Energy, sorry. I know energy is on everyone's lips, and I'm sure we are all delighted that he's here, and we look forward to a robust engagement with him. Thank you. All right, we're now moving on to our next session, and to kick us off, we're going to have a discussion on the topic, using novel financial architecture to mobilize resources for women and youth in business to enhance sustainable industry productivity and competitiveness. And who better to do that than the very passionate Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprise Development, my mother, Honorable Monica Mchango. Let's give a big round of applause as she comes. I was having a very good discussion with her over tea, so I think we're going to have a very good presentation from her. So please, she deserves a much bigger round of applause as she comes.
Thank you so much, the events director. When he started, he said, I am only going to be called events director ED today. And I wanted to ask, why not tomorrow? But I must say, it's wonderful to be here. This shows the vision of our president, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, which brings everybody on board as we put policies to try and make our economy the best. So I hope everybody who is here feels like the same way. The them and us is already finished. That happened in the First Republic. This is your government. If you are not going to make use of your government officials and ministers, you are doing a disservice to yourself. If you are going to sit back and mourn without putting it on the table so that we can all debate, you are doing a disfavor to yourselves. So let me do away with the salutations. Yes, the director of ceremonies, our events director, who is doing a great job, well done. Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Lovu, Honorable Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honorable J. Moyo, Honorable Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development, Honorable Kambamura, Deputy Secretary, Chief Secretary for Policy, Analysis, Coordination and Development Planning, Vamanungo, the Permanent Secretary of Industry and Commerce, and other permanent secretaries who are here. The ZANU-PF leadership, I saw some members of Central Committee. I always say we are deployed cadres from the ruling party, and the policies we implement do come from the party, and we are happy that we are moving with the leadership so that whatever is discussed here can trickle down to all the membership so that we move together with our industry. Senior government officials, captains of industry, board members of NCC, we thank you for putting together such a beautiful summit. I think we want to say a big pam-pam to you as I was sitting here since morning. I felt like, wow, this is a very good platform where Zimbabweans can talk without fear or favor. And this is what the president is actually saying every day. So, esteemed members of the academia, I saw quite several of them in the room. Without mentioning some and leaving some, I'll just say to all of you, I have a lot of respect with the work you are doing, especially with all the innovation hubs, industrial sites, which we find now at our universities. The heritage-based education has definitely made our young people become business people, SMEs, who I stand for. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this inaugural Annual Competitiveness Summit, running under the theme, as you have all seen, and I quote, building sustainability towards productivity and competitiveness in Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, a number of points were put on the table for all of us to start thinking about and see how we can come up with resolutions and see how all these regulatory frameworks which are almost working like an obstacle, more so for even my SMEs, where I have the mandate to support that they grow. Truly, cost of compliance and formalities is definitely affecting SMEs and women-owned businesses, and that has been ably demonstrated by previous speakers. Yes, when we spoke about so many of licenses and regulatory and compliance frameworks, which almost went to 51. Somebody earlier on had said 70, but when we came here it was 51. So I don't know where the other 20 dropped, what happened. But the 51 still is a lot, and I'm sure you all heard when the Minister of Industry and Commerce was talking and referred to the speech which was given when we opened cabinet by our president, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. Certainly, that's the elephant in the room, and it has to be dealt with. Because one of the presenters put it so well, said, if we are seriously about formalizing, there's need to make sure that we reduce those costs. If you are going to make an SME pay 8,000 upfront, you are definitely putting that person back at the backyard. I always say SMEs in this country are very well organized. They have very, very good structures. Given an opportunity, they do wonderful things. And I always give an example of a local authority like Masvingo and Chiredzi, where they really took their SMEs very seriously and provided them with free land. And that they demonstrated that the SMEs, when they are provided with land, they can actually mobilize resources among their membership to build SME centers where these SMEs can actually compete with other. If you go to Chiredzi next time, just visit the SME center, which was built by the membership of that area. Together, they mobilized something like 800,000. So that shows when you give an opportunity, if you want tax, you need to provide a service. You can't just be running after tax without giving a service. That is very true. My ministry, which is in charge of women affairs, community development, small and medium enterprises, is actually working very hard together with all stakeholders, and we will continue to make sure that we reduce the cost of doing business, because it's truly a whole of government approach and also private sector. One presenter spoke to the cost of our labor being 2.5, and in South Africa being 1.5, I think, and he said in Mauritius is 25 cents. And obviously that would make our products more expensive. So the other issue which SMEs are finding, and women-owned business, to employ skilled and qualified labor for SMEs then becomes very expensive. And that then doesn't promote formalization. So the cost of retooling is also a challenge to most SMEs, where results, you find then a lot of them using inappropriate technology, and that obviously will affect their competitiveness. Of course, the cost of finance, high interest rates, this again is forcing the prices to go up. So the economic landscape, if I talk about in our country, has increasingly been shaped by the micro, small and medium enterprises, which is contributing approximately 60% to the GDP of this country and employing over 75% of our national population. So ndogune mari amene nyumukaramba mchingo ignore ma SMEs. Ndo vari kuisa food per table, ndo vari kuita kuti vana vaende kuchikoro. So all what they require is to be supported so that they can eventually grow. This sector not only generates jobs, but also drives investment. It fosters innovation, enhances exports, and strengthens economic resilience. Importantly, somebody will wonder why the SMEs are under my ministry, but I think in his cleverness and astute leadership, the President made sure that the SMEs is under Women Affairs. And just to tell you that women represent 56% of the SMEs in this country, women-owned businesses. That is along with our youth, and this also allows us to inject vital dynamism in sector, ensuring that no one and no place is left behind. Given the rapid changes taking place in the global economic landscape, the survival and growth of SMEs is highly dependent on their ability to innovate and remain competitive. The 2023 SME Competitiveness Survey, which was conducted by the National Competitiveness Commission in collaboration with the International Trade Center, identified key areas for enhancement, which include strengthening business support services, improving access to finance, advancing digitalization, and fostering a reliable business environment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is critical to note that the transformation in the industrial structure of the Zimbabwean economy over the last 2 decades, from previously being dominated by large corporates to SME-driven, requires a shift in provision of business support mechanisms to enhance competitiveness of this sector. And chief among these support mechanisms is innovative and novel financial support. When we talk of financial support, ladies and gentlemen, to meet the unique financial needs of the SME sector, a novel financial architecture is required, entailing a paradigm shift in finance, moving beyond traditional models to creating a more inclusive, sustainable, and efficient financial system that addresses the specific needs of women and youth enterprises, as well as the SME sector in general. This is not just a financial initiative, but it is a transformative approach that can enhance sustainable industry productivity and competitiveness. It is critical to underscore that moving forward, the country's financial architecture needs respond to the call by His Excellency, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, to ensure a conducive business environment that addresses gaps which are faced by enterprises in accessing finance. These gaps include lack of collateral, limited credit history, high interest rates, complex application processes, inadequate financial literacy, geographical barriers, and limited availability of tailored financial products, among others. And just to comment on the issue of lack of collateral when it comes to our women businesses or women in general in this country, we will all agree that historically the women have not been having any means of production. Kwatakakura kumamisha, vana baba ndo vaive varidziwe musha, varidziwe vana, varidziwe gejo, varidziwe mbudzi, varidziwe mukadzi. Mai vanga vasina chinhu. So we are very happy that at least our government is doing what it can to make sure that we actually do some affirmative action and try to empower women. And when we're talking about empowering women, I just want our men to be very comfortable with it, because the person who we are empowering is your mother, is your wife, is your daughter, is your niece, muzukuru. And when those people are empowered, you are equally empowered. We love our men. When we talk of empowering women, we are not displacing men. I just wanted that to be clear. So in order to respond, thank you. In order to respond to the changing economic landscape, my ministry is offering financial support through the Small and Medium Enterprises Development, SMEDCO. I'm sure a lot of you know these SMEDCO, Zimbabwe Women Microfinance Bank, the Community Development Fund, and Women Development Fund. We have these, but they are not fully capitalized. And I'm happy there are members of parliament who are here. We've been moving together as stakeholders to make sure that we have more money which is injected into these institutions so that we can empower everybody. You can't leave behind 52% of the population and expect to reach Vision 2030. It won't be possible. So we need much more funds to be put through there. Facilities which are offered, these facilities which I've talked about, they offer softer requirements and they don't require collateral. And so this is where the money should be put. If we are talking about Vision 2030 as a country, we seriously need to put our money where our mouth is. Furthermore, the ministry actively promotes the establishment of savings and credit cooperatives, SACCOs, allowing members to pool their resources for on-lending to members, thereby enhancing access to financial services and promoting that financial inclusion within our communities. A lot is happening. Pane vamwe vanongoda kuchema kana kumona kana kusakuramba kuona chokwadi. I'm a minister in charge of community development. If I'm not traveling to international and regional forums, I'm actually within the communities. And I must tell you, what the Second Republic has done has brought in a lot of transformation in terms of people's lives. The communities are beginning to see change, and more girl child going to school, less and less girl child sent away for marriage. So these circles are playing a very important role, and we want you as industry to support these women in whatever they are producing. It is also pleasing to note the financial service sector has embraced measures to support the sector through establishing SMEs financing windows. I'm happy when I got to this job, I saw more and more of commercial banks coming on the table to say we are coming up with an SME financing window. Most of these banks now have got an SME desk where women can go and get funding. And we want to encourage more and more of this to happen as this addresses the needs of women entrepreneurs. Flexible loans, small loans amount, and comprehensive business development support. And the recent operationalization of the venture capital company of Zimbabwe is a step in the right direction, which will ensure that startups are provided with appropriate financial support, guidance, and networking opportunities, and ensure their growth. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe deserves commendation for its proactive implementation of the Financial Inclusion Strategy 1 and 2, and this one aims to improve SMEs' access to and use of formal financial services. In addition, the introduction of the collateral registry and expansion of the export credit guarantee scheme to include SMEs are commendable efforts that have significantly improved the sector's ability to secure financing and foster growth. These initiatives are essential in ensuring that SMEs have the necessary tools and support so that they can thrive in a challenging business environment. Skills training, we all know there is need for training our SMEs, and a lot of work is being done in that area. It's not just about giving somebody a loan, but you have to make sure that person has been trained entrepreneurial skills, digital skills. We know that with the advent of internet, most of the businesses are being done online, and if you are not going to train our SMEs, the digital skills would have automatically discriminated them. So there's a lot of training happening there. You also need to make sure that what they make, the SMEs, they get market access. That's our job. We have been taking SMEs to our regional countries like Zambia, Botswana, Tanzania, and these benchmarking trips are very good. They make them improve their product, and also we want to take advantage of COMESA, SADC, and I've just come back from Africa Union Summit, where the women leaders in the continent of Africa were there to make sure that our women businesses and SMEs can really take advantage of the African continental free trade area. In terms of workspace, I cannot talk more. I spoke about it earlier on when I said local authorities, if they can go out of hand and provide land to SMEs will be able to build decent workspaces for themselves. And it is only when they have got those decent workspaces that they've got a permanent address. It's good for the Minister of Treasury. They can collect their revenue. It's also good for those local authorities. They can collect their levies. So this is something which we've done a lot. I can't go through the list. But as I want to conclude, before I conclude, I just thought I should talk about there was some talk earlier on to say there seem to be appraisals going for foreign investors and not local investors. I want to say that is different from the work we are doing on the ground. We have seen big companies, and I won't mention by names, who have really come on board in terms of technologies, imparting technology skills to our SMEs. We have also seen the SME sector getting to take advantage of the investments which have been brought into the country by our president. And these are big investments, and obviously our SMEs will take advantage. This top-notch global funding which has come into the country, there's downstream benefits for our SMEs. And we obviously want our SMEs to ride on these huge mining ventures, whether it's Acadia, Goromonzi, Sabistar, Zulu, Sandawana, and Kamativi, and even Manize. Our SMEs, we need them to take advantage. The other day I was at CSO, and I saw what our people are capable of doing, given an opportunity of getting their steel locally. That would mean that would improve the product they can export. They can also compete anywhere in the world. We also know that water, electricity, these are the economic enablers, and riding on the huge the huge investments which have been done in that area, we are grateful, and our SMEs will obviously take advantage of it. It is also important that to start thinking about this eminent rich harvest in SME domains as these big tickets investments take root. We must shift away from the customary SME. Not that I look down upon women who are selling tomatoes. They are putting food on the table. I have a lot of respect for them. But let's all think big. SMEs, some of them are really, and by the way, the definition of an SME, a small one is 1 to 30, a macro, is 1 to 30, a small enterprise is 31 to about 40, and 40 to 70, going downwards, that's a medium enterprise. So I don't know how many of your companies employ more than 70 employees. Otherwise, those are your SMEs in this country, and we really need to take them seriously. We need to look at the template. Look at Austria, for example. Highly developed SME economy that feeds into the larger Germany, Italy, and France entities. So we need to really take our SMEs and help them and sustain. They've done very well in terms of employing our people. They'll do very well in making sure that we achieve Vision 2030. We are also upgrading Mbare just to make sure that at least our people start working in decent workspace, and our president wants by 2030 that we will be all upper middle income society that talks to what needs to be done in terms of providing proper workspace for our SMEs as they grow. And as I conclude, my conclusion is lost. Maybe I can just conclude. I just wanted to say, these Zimbabweans, let's take it. This country belongs to us all. The them and us is gone. Blame game will not get us anywhere. Come and sit with us and tell us where we are doing things wrong. We are your servants, as our president always says. So when you know these things better, if you sit and moan about it, it won't bring the change we want. So let me point out that the journey towards building a sustainable and competitive economy in Zimbabwe is a collective effort. By mobilizing resources through novel financial architecture, we can empower our women, our communities, and SMEs so that they can enhance industry productivity, competitiveness, and ensure our economy thrives towards the achievement of the national vision of the upper middle income society. Let us work together to create an inclusive environment where everyone can realize their potential and create and contribute, by the way, to our nation's growth. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussions on how we can move forward together. I am there at your service. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Honorable Minister of, I need to get this correct, Honorable Monica Mchangwa, the Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Let's give her a big round of applause for that very passionate presentation. You can see she loves the SMEs, and she's all over, CSO, she gets her hands dirty. She goes where the SMEs are. Thank you so much. And she did mention something that I didn't know. 56% of our SMEs are actually women. So yeah, thank you so much for highlighting that. Thank you. Now, the issue of energy, we cannot talk of competitiveness if we do not have, without talking about the cost and availability of energy. So this is a very key enabler in this discussion, and for that, let me call upon the Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honorable July Moyo, to come through and give us a presentation on accelerating energy transformation and seizing emerging opportunities and driving competitiveness. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, and I want to thank my predecessor, the Minister Mchangwa, because she has given you all the accolades about those who need to be saluted, and I will not repeat it. So let me just go straight. Energy is a fundamental driver of socio-economic development, impacting every sector of our economy. I think I'm just repeating what the Director of Ceremonies has already indicated. The change in global energy landscape moving towards cleaner sources of energy offers an opportunity to alleviate energy shortages. The country is endowed with renewable energy sources in the power sector. Solar, wind, geothermal not as much, biomass a lot, and the critical energy minerals. We believe that if we harness all these, we will be out of the woods. But let me start with the fuel sector that we will also influence competitiveness. I think we want to thank His Excellency and government for making sure that we have supply side. I think the supply side of fuel in this country is now very robust. And access, you can also say, has become very available. If you look at the number of petrol stations that are being built across the country, all over the country, it is ensuring access. What we need now to interrogate is affordability. So, supply side and access, I think the President and government has solved together with the private sector, because it's private sector driven. Affordability is a result of many other factors. The first factor is what is happening to the energy, to the fuel industry in the world, and the impact that it has. As Zimbabwe, because we don't produce our own fuel, and we continue to hope that what is happening in Mzarabani will bear fruits. But even if it has fruits, the question of affordability must still be looked at. In the international pricing mechanism, which is determined by the Platts, that is where you buy at the international level. Countries that go and buy in spot market, that will influence what happens at the affordability level in their own countries. Those who buy and maybe are doing it on an economy of scale, they can still reduce and use the plus side of fuel by negotiating. It gives a guideline. When you are buying spot, whatever is given in the plus, you buy as is. But when you buy and there is a large part and there is a bigger parcel, you can negotiate sometime below the plus side. So when we look at the fuel situation, you have the international side of fuel, which starts with the plus side, how you transport and how you manage at the port where you are discharging your fuel. That is our FOB, fuel on board. We analyze and say, are we competitive as Zimbabwe among those who we trade with? When we reach our port, our fuel on board, are we competitive? When we look at ourselves here in the region, I think we are very expensive. So the competitiveness of our fuel purchasing system has to be looked at. But I must applaud all the 10 traders who have been working with us. They have ensured, even under those circumstances, that we have enough fuel on the supply side. And I can assure you that that fuel, which is already in the country, which is at the port, which is in our pipelines, that is enough for everyone not to worry about. But competitiveness is what we are looking at. The second aspect of fuel pricing is the internal fuel pricing. That is where we make decisions as a country. So the duty we charge, the transportation cost that we charge, all other sources of revenue that we derive from fuel, that is a decision that we can make as a country, and we have to look at it so that, one, we don't scuttle the supply side, which is already assured. At the same time, we must find ways of making sure that industry can compete because of the fuel that they get. So government is looking at all this, and as I said, we applaud those who are delivering fuel into our country, But as government, we have made some strides now, and under the President, both the Minister of Finance and I have been directed to make sure that we buy fuel for government uses and for other enablers of the economy, because government is there to enable the economy also to do well. If government doesn't have correct fuel and expensive fuel, predictable fuel, so that they can service the industries, they can service all sectors of the economy, then they are not doing their job. And we have been directed to make sure that at the government side in any way, we should buy our fuel competitively, because we used to do that. So that we don't buy spot purchases on the international market as the other 10 are doing. The other 10, we think they are doing very well, but as government, we think we can, in order to compete, we should continue to discuss with them. Mozambique has fuel traders, Zambia has fuel traders, Tanzania has fuel traders, but working with the government, they have found a way of buying competitively. But for now, we want government directly to buy competitively so that we can reduce the cost of fuel in the country, which impacts on the cost of fuel, that impacts on your competitiveness. When it comes to the power sector, unlike the fuel side, the supply side is what is in trouble. And the supply side is measured by the demand that all of us as industry, as sectors of the economy, including government, our demand is higher than the supply side. So we have to put all our energies to make sure that the supply side of electricity, using all the resources that I have already said we have to increase that supply side. Our demand right now, if somebody says, it's 1,500 or 1,600, it's not a correct demand. We call it suppressed demand, because if the supply side is not higher than the demand, then everybody is responding to that supply side. If our supply side, say, is 20% or 30% higher than the demand side, a lot of people start investing, and they are assured that there is electricity. So we want to concentrate on what we must do, what we should be doing, not just as government, but as all of us, in order to increase that supply side so that our demand for electricity should be lower than what the supply side in the country is. At present, even if I tell you, you already know better, because when you have load shedding, it tells you that there is not enough supply. So I don't want to give you even figures, but everybody knows you cannot have load shedding if you have enough supply side. So we must spend more time saying, what can we do to increase the supply side of fuel, of electricity? And our supply side, which we must do, is to make sure also that that supply side comes at cheaper than our regional trading partners, or cheaper than our international competitors. So we must always benchmark ourselves with our regional people, because you produce, and the fuel, the energy that you use, whether it's electricity or fuel, must be benchmarked so that we are competitive with our neighbors. So in cabinet every week, we are given what the price of fuel in the region is, and we are given the price of electricity in the region. This is done in order for us to start saying, if we are too high and we are too high, what should we be doing? Because it makes our competitiveness become less competitive. So those are the areas that we are doing. But let's concentrate on how can we increase the supply side. let me start by saying we are also very happy that there are a number of companies, big or small, that are now having their captive power plants or own-use power plants. And this is increasing the number of people who are using their own captive power plants or their own power plants for their own use. Is very important, because when we do the power balance of what is in the country, we just don't say, ZESA has produced this, or the independent power producers have produced this, which they send into the power grid. We must start to measure what those captive power plants are doing, because either they are doing import substitution, because some of them, we were importing power from outside in order to feed them, or we were giving them power from ZESA. So if we had earmarked for them to have power from, say, ESCOM or from SCB, and they now are producing their own power, that is an import substitution that helps the country. But in our power balance, we must capture it. So there are a number of initiatives like that. And almost every industry in this country can also do this. If you are not using coal, and a lot of them are using coal right now, in order to have that captive power. They are using coal, and if you go to Wange area, you will see a number of companies that started as coal mining to supply ZESA, or they were doing coal mining, some of them even bypassing the thermal power, the thermal coal, which constitutes 70%, because they wanted to go for coking coal, which they are using for coke ovens. Those have piled a number of tons and tons of thermal coal. And we are now, as government, urging them to say, you already have thermal coal, and it will become a hazard. It will start causing fires. Why don't you turn it and bring plant so that you can produce power? Because you already have sunk your money in the production of this coal, which was at the top. When you are mining for coking coal, those from mining know it, you start with your overland, and then your next tranche is your thermal coal, which constitutes about 70% before you go to the coking coal. So if you see all the coke ovens that are in the Wange area, they have produced the thermal coal. And what we are calling upon them is, why don't you go the last step and produce thermal power from your coal? And a number of them are now doing it. And you will see some commissioning by the president very soon. There are some who are definitely bringing online from their coal in the next 2, 3, 4 months. And that is another initiative that you can do using thermal coal. But those who are using solar, as I said, solar is part of our transition to clean economy, to clean energy. And those who are generating solar can be anybody. It can be anybody at your plant. It's no regress principle, because you are lessening the cost of supply from ZESA or from anybody else. And at the same time, we are saying we are moving to this clean energy. So we urge almost everyone to say, why don't you put a power plant? If you are an SME, like Minister Mtswangwa is saying, they can also start putting some of them with lights, and some of them can start actually having their small machines being driven by solar. So we are urging everyone to do so. And the number of companies right now who are doing this captive power, we are having these captive power plants using solar I was in Halfway, where at the plant that Ngezi Platinum is having, they now are producing 35 megawatts of solar. And that means they are now supplementing to the 106 megawatts that they are using both at the mine and at the plant where they are processing plant. And they hope that they will increase that generation. Manise has both power from thermal as well as from solar. Here in Matabeleland, you go to Blanket Mine and others. All that we are bringing into the power equation. And we are saying, if we are going to be competitive and we have security of supply, not just at the macro level, at the country level, but security of supply at your own plant, then become innovative and have your own plants. I went to another farm, and that farm is Ngurube, piggery. And the 1 megawatt that they are using in all their operations is from biomass, because Ngurube is not a producer. So that person has disconnected themselves from the grid. But in our analysis of wanting to say, are we having sufficient power, we can now put it to say, this 1 megawatt is part of what is in our power balance, but it's for their own use, and there is an assured use. They have security of supply for their own industries that they are growing there, and the competitiveness obviously is enhanced. So there are many ways we can enhance our competitiveness. So biomass, your solar, which we are supporting very well, and in the olden days, these missionary schools, most of them were driven by wind power. If you went to most of the, at least where I grew up, almost all the water pumping and the lights were being driven by wind. Small as it is, but it can be a help for your own industries and for competitiveness. And we certainly are looking at all the 17 sectors of the economy, whether it's mining, whether it's agriculture, whether it's those who are in the service industry, the social industries like schools, clinics, all of this, what I'm talking about, to move to green energy, to clean energy, that can be done. And we urge those of you in the actual productive industry and other industries to do the same. So we think that as Zimbabwe, our power mix is probably the most robust. I was in Tanzania representing the president at the summit, and I introduced myself to to President Achilema. And the first thing, before he even say, exchange the greetings, he said, Minister, Batoka. I said, why? You are the ones who were refusing Batoka. He said, Zambia has experienced an immense shift. 24 months ago, we were boasting of servicing other countries, including your own country. Come 12 months later, there is nothing. And we are now forced to support some key industries. And I think when I tell you this, Zimbabweans will get worried. But we have to do solidarity with Zambia, and we started giving them not much, 40 megawatts, even though we have load shedding, because we have to do it. We live side by side. But when he says Batoka, he is realizing that the climate change is really here with us. So our Kariba is no longer what we used to say. We are assured of 1,050 megawatts. That is now questionable all the time, because we know for sure that climate change is going to impact on us very heavily. So our thermal, we can be assured that we will continue to use it, If we can find clean ways of using our thermal, and there's a number of researches that are being done, we must continue to use it. Our solar, we must accelerate. And I'm saying everyone here can actually participate in solar production. How do we bring it into the system? Net metering. We have now said to ZESA, make sure that everybody, big or small, can net meter. And we want that net metering. Right now, they were saying 75%, 75 megawatts is coming from net metering. But we think that the most of you, if I said, sure, by your lifting your hands, those who have solar and those who are net metering, I think fewer of you will be net metering. Yet, there is a lot of room for our net metering. So we are urging these innovative ways from you in industry. If you have industry, if you have solar at your industry, please make sure that you do net metering. If you have solar at your house and you will not be using it mostly during the day, that's when we need more power during the day for industries. Do your net metering. And let me say, Director, we have many initiatives, but all these initiatives must be coming at a competitive rate. And I have said, in terms of fuel energy, supply side is assured, access is also available, but affordability. In the power sector, supply side is weak, and that's where we need everybody to come on board, whether you are using your solar or you are using your biomass, whatever you are using, let's bring it into our power balance so that we assure ourselves. Because if people, household decision making, whether a company or an individual, if you are not sure of energy, you will not move very far forward. In agriculture, we are urging, not because I have seen the Minister of Agriculture coming, but we are urging that even in agriculture, let's use a lot of solar for our irrigation systems. And if we can find, as Minister Mtangwa was saying, financial models. Financial modeling is what we need. And somebody said, have we been doing very well in the past? The last time that ZESA actually got a comprehensive capital injection for your power generation, for your transmission, for your distribution, for your retail was in 93, 94. And over all these years, when we started having sanctions on us, the degeneration in your transmission, in your distribution, and even in your retail has become dangerous. And we need a lot of capital to do this. Is capital available? My answer is working with the Ministry of Finance, now working with Mtapa, which I think should also be helping in financial mobilization. I think we can move forward. My last word, we must all participate. There is business in energy. There's a lot of business in energy for those who have access to resources. We have built too many conurbations which are dark cities. If you went here in Blawayo, you will see in upper and lower Rangemo, there are entrepreneurs who are building over 4,000 housing units and businesses there. But while they are doing everything to make sure that there's sewerage, and they are doing everything to make sure that there is water reticulation, but they are not doing anything to make sure that there is power reticulation, because that remains the responsibility of ZESA. Part of what we need to reform is an entrepreneur who builds 4,000 housing units should be allowed to have a substation, and that substation you will get either an 11 kVA or a 33 kVA power line into that substation. The rest in that area should be his business, just as the business that he derives from water, just as the business he derives from sewerage. What do? Other countries, to overcome access to a number of conurbations, whether as businesses or as shopping malls or as housing places, they have said in the transformation of electricity supply, madam, you have built this, we put a substation, your power supply to individual households is your responsibility, and we give you bulk supply. And you do the reticulation, you do the retailing, and you do the maintenance. And that makes that person become a business person in the supply of power. That's where we should be going. I thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to Honorable July Moyo, the Minister of Energy and Power Development, and for this very informative and passionate presentation. You know, what I'm enjoying about our ministers here is the way they know exactly what is going on. I mean, if right from our line minister, Honorable Manganisa Ndlovu, our Minister of Women Affairs, Honorable Monica Mchangwa, Minister July Moyo, I mean, their presentations, and in most cases, they don't even read. It's coming from, so it shows you that our ministers are on top of the situation and they know exactly what is going on. Let's give them another big round of applause. And talking of passionate ministers, I'd like to welcome at this particular moment to acknowledge his presence. He's a former chairman of Minet by Zimbabwe, so I need to acknowledge him or else I'll be fired. So, Honorable Dr. Anxious Masuka, welcome, sir. He is the Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water, and I like the way he pronounces this word, rural development. He's very passionate, he says rural development. Let's give him a big round of applause and welcome him. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you very much. We thank you. Right, let's now quickly move on with our program. The Reserve Bank. We are all aware that the Reserve Bank is a key enabler in terms of competitiveness in our economy. These days, the common talk is there's no ZIG, right? And therefore, there's no liquidity. But then again, so what should the RB say? Should they then pump in the ZIG into the market? Then the next thing we are crying again, the rate is running. What should we do? But look, I'm not an economist. Let me call upon Mr. Tongai Tariboma. He is the chief economist in the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. He is representing the governor, Dr. John Mushavan. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes up. These are the guys who run our monetary policy, and very important institution in our economy. So let's hear what they have to say. Thank you. Let's give him another big round of applause. He's a big man like me, so
sorry, can I have the presentation being beamed? Good afternoon. Honorable ministers here present, and all the members of the NCC, including its chairperson, and also the board members. All protocols observed. Without wasting much of our time, I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to stand before you, representing the Reserve Bank Governor, Dr. John Mshayavanu, who has not been able to be with us today because of prior commitments elsewhere. So he has sent me to represent him, to articulate what he has always been doing with the monetary policy thrust that we are, and also the stance that we have been following since he's coming to the Reserve Bank. So my presentation basically will touch on 10 issues. The first one being the highlights of the 2025 monetary policy first half of the year statement. Then we also look at the global macroeconomic landscape as it shapes our domestic conditions and also competitiveness in the country. Then we are also going to look at the key macroeconomic and financial indicators, just to give an insight into how we stand in terms of the developments as well as the outlook that we have as a central bank. Then we will also highlight some of the key monetary policy measures that were announced on the 6th of February in our monetary policy statement for the first half of this year. Then we will also delve into the balance of payments, as it is a reflection of our interaction with the rest of the world, so that also has a bearing on our competitiveness as a country. Then lastly, we'll look at the financial sector, status and its outlook, as it also affects our competitiveness as a country. Then, of course, I will conclude by giving you the key takeaways from my presentation. So, looking at the monetary policy statement thrust for the first half of this year, I'm sure we have noted that for those who have read our statement and also followed our thrust has been aimed at consolidating the stability and also supporting economic growth. And the MPS, when it was issued at a time when the economy was experiencing relative inflation and exchange rate stability. And that stability was a reflection of the strict monetary policy stance that we have taken. And we have taken that stance without being apologetic to anyone, but with the need to control the macroeconomic situation in the country, as well as setting the tone for the competitiveness of this country. So you'll forgive us for being harsh sometimes when we do strict monetary policy tightening, because that is what we feel might be a panacea to the challenges that we are facing as a country. Then while this stability is resulting from the strict monetary policy stance, we have also taken into account, or we have also observed some temporary liquidity challenges resulting from that stance. But however, as a central bank, again, we have come up with some measures to counter those temporary measures, which included the introduction of the targeted finance facility that was launched in January 2025, as well as some intraday facility, as well as the overnight lending to the institutions with short positions. Then turning now to the global macroeconomic landscape. We do recognize that domestic competitiveness is shaped by global and domestic economic, financial, and monetary conditions. So we start from looking at the external front as they affect our domestic environment. So from what we have gathered so far, global growth is projected to firm slightly from 3.2% that was recorded in 2024, and it will slightly grow to 3.3% in 2025 and stabilize at that rate even in 2026. Then on the global inflation, it is expected to decline from 5.7% in 2024 to 4.2% in 2025, and further decline to 3.5% in 2026. So, however, on the other area that we are so much interested as a country, on commodity prices, which are important for us as we export predominantly minerals. We have seen gold prices firming in the recent months, and they're expected to continue firming, which is actually a boon for Zimbabwe if that path continues. However, we have not seen the resurgence in terms of prices of other key mineral exports that constitute the bulk of our basket, which is something of concern to us as a country. So in the current global monetary easing that is taking place at the moment, as most central banks are winding down their stance that they've taken because of the COVID-19, we've seen inflation now coming down, which, from our perspective, that will help to moderate the costs and hence boost the competitiveness for the country. Now let me turn to the domestic economic conditions. Domestic economic conditions. The domestic economy has been experiencing relative inflation and exchange rate stability since September 2024. And greater exchange rate flexibility has been allowed to anchor which was actually anchored by our tight monetary policy to support the current stability that we are experiencing. As a central bank, we also took an initiative to strategically intervene in the foreign exchange market in order to clear the pipeline demand which was accumulating, and also that enabled the smooth flow of foreign exchange to that market. Mind you, the Reserve Bank is also an active participant in the willing buyer, willing seller foreign exchange market. Actually, we are a willing seller in that market alongside other commercial banks. So the issue of the Reserve Bank being accused of manipulating the exchange rate sometimes is misplaced, because we are also a participant in that market as a willing seller. But the market is based on a willing buyer, willing seller. So the Reserve Bank is just a willing seller. So there is no unfettered influence on that front. Then the Reserve Bank will continue to deepen the willing buyer, willing seller foreign exchange interbank market to enhance price discovery. And the liquidity situation in the economy is expected to further improve through the disbursements of the facility that I've alluded to, that was introduced in January, that is the targeted finance facility. And in the recent monetary policy statement, we have now extended that facility to the wholesale and retail sectors so that they can access that facility. And using the proceeds of the facility, they are also allowed to access the willing buyer, willing seller market if they present bona fide invoices for the procurement of foreign inputs. Then the Reserve Bank will also continue to balance the way we are doing. We will continue to balance the delicate trade-off that we take cognizance of between inflation and economic growth. Then let me briefly touch on the key monetary policy measures that were highlighted in our recent monetary policy statement. The first one was the review of the exporters' retention thresholds. We have reduced the retentions from 75% to 70%. On the flip side, we are just saying we have increased the export surrender from 25% to 30%. But however, on top of that, we have said in some cases, we may have exporters who have no immediate use of the ZIG that they surrender to government. We have introduced a US dollar denominated facility, which is optional for the exporter to invest in. That is ZIG component that is surrenders with no immediate use. So it's actually an investment tool that we are offering to the exporters to say, if you are to surrender today, but with no immediate use of that portion, you are allowed to invest it in the instrument, which is denominated in USD. But for those who may want to use it immediately, then you can get it at the prevailing exchange rate. Then we have also refined the foreign exchange management system by clarifying the guidelines. If you recall, on the 3rd of May 2024, following the introduction of the ZIG, the Reserve Bank communicated to the banks about the 5% trading margin that the traders would use. But that was only to guide in the determination of the exchange rate. It was only applicable at that time. So now we have made a clarification to say that 5% trading margin is gone. We are now allowing the banks to on-sell whatever foreign exchange that they get from the willing buyer, willing seller, including that they get from the Reserve Bank, to on-sell using a margin which is consistent with international standard practices. So we have removed the prescription of a 5% trading margin. Then we have also maintained the bank policy rate at 35%. I know industry will say it's too punitive, it's too expensive, but that is what our monetary policy committee is found appropriate at the moment, because the aim of determining this rate is for us to attain a positive real interest rate. So I'm sure since the introduction of ZIG in April 2024, we've been publishing the monthly inflation rates, and the year-on-year inflation rates are not yet available. They will only become available in May this year. So using the current status, where we are only having monthly inflation rates, the MPC, which is the Monetary Policy Committee, saw it fit to take the bank rate to 35% so that we are able to attain positive real interest rates. But as we anticipate to get the year-on-year inflation rates from May this year, again, the MPC will sit down and look at all the fundamentals. Then if there's justification to review the bank policy rate, they will do so in accordance with the fundamentals. And one thing that I also want to mention, we only follow the fundamentals. We don't follow the parallel market activities. Then the other measure that we have also reviewed, as I've mentioned, we have allowed access now to the targeted finance facility of the wholesale and retail sector. It was out of realization that this sector was feeling the pinch, or they were threatening closure, and some have closed. So from our assessment, we discovered that most of their challenges were emanating from the need to retool and also to restock. Hence, we have extended the facility to that sector. Okay, thank you. Then let me quickly go to the economic and inflation outlook. Economic and inflation outlook. The monetary policy measures that we have highlighted in our MPS are expected to anchor inflation and exchange rate expectations and support the anticipated 6% growth in 2025. So inflation is expected to continue on a downward trend, with month-on-month inflation projected to average below 3%. So if you compare 3% inflation and 35% bank rate, that will give you a significant real positive interest rate. So given the effects caused by the spike in the monthly inflation in October 2024, annual inflation is expected to be elevated from April to September this year before significantly moderating to the year end. And the economic rebound, coupled with inflation and exchange rate stability, will support domestic competitiveness in 2025. Let me turn now to the balance of payments quickly. Zimbabwe has experienced some current account surplus since 2019, including in 2024. In 2024, we have recorded 501.2 million current account surplus, which was mainly driven by strong inflows from diaspora remittances, as well as receipts from exports. So in 2025, we are expecting to post another surplus of 611.6 million, supported by the growth in the earnings from the gold prices, as well as the anticipated growth in the remittances as well. So the strong external performance will ensure that the country has sufficient foreign currency resources to meet its needs. So the strong external sector performance will support the exchange rate stability and price stability, which are key tenets for enhancing the competitiveness for Zimbabwe. Then let me conclude by looking at the financial sector outlook, since my time is up. Banking institutions have continued to show resilience. They've continued to be well capitalized, with core capital above minimum regulatory capital requirements. And the banks have strong asset quality, with the non-performing loan ratio of 3.67%, below the international benchmark of 5%. So the banking sector is expected going forward to remain safe, sound, resilient, and profitable in the outlook period. This will be critical, as it will ensure the sector will be able to extend credit to the productive sectors of the economy and underwrite the country's growth prospects. The national payment system has also remained secure, safe, and efficient, with steady transaction growth, indicating a healthy financial environment. So these positive factors will support the economy's competitiveness. Let me conclude my presentation by saying, let us remember that the path to a competitive Zimbabwe is a shared journey. The RBZ is committed to driving policies that uplift our economy, but we need the private sector to innovate and adapt. Together, we can create a thriving environment where businesses flourish and our nation prospers. So let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen, with determination and collaborative spirit, without pointing fingers at each other, but rather we are also open to take your concerns, to take your suggestions on board, if they are to build a brighter future of our country. I thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to Tongai Taruboma. He's the chief economist from the Reserve Bank, and as you can see, the Reserve Bank is also playing a part in enhancing competitiveness. They are not just here to make our lives difficult, but they also want to see us thriving so that our economy can tick. At this moment, let me just change the program slightly and call upon Honorable Dr. Anxious Masuka, who is the Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water, and Rural Development, who is going to be talking about reimagining and harnessing good agricultural practices for sustainable productivity and competitiveness. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I have a presentation, and the title of the presentation is Reimagining and Harnessing. So those two suggest that this is about the theory of agricultural practice rather than the practice. So I've deliberately done what I've ordinarily done in the past. When you are given a confusing topic, talk about what you want. So that's what I'm going to do, and talk about what I know, agriculture. Next slide. The mandate of the ministry is to ensure that, technology, good. Let's do some practice run here. They tell me, yes. So the context in which the ministry finds itself in this competitiveness landscape is that we must anchor food security, and with food security we've gone a step further to look for food sovereignty. And the supply chain disruptions, the conflict, the pandemics, macroeconomic shocks will tell you that we must climate-proof agriculture. We must assure ourselves of some sovereignty, and of course, through the food systems transformation, we are looking at nutrition security. More importantly, for Vision 2030, we are uplifting livelihoods for the attainment of Vision 2030, hence the rural development component. But there are direct impacts, indirect impacts, collateral impacts, multiplier impacts of the agricultural sector on industry, on mining, and everything else. So there is also that economic development aspect. In fact, if you look at the contribution of agriculture alone to GDP, and then its various additives, what it causes in industry, you will find that it is way below, above 25%. And I shall be relating to that. The only time I want it to be relevant to the topic given is the next 30 seconds. And to indicate of the 6 broad objectives of the agriculture, food systems, and rural transformation strategy, that objective number 3 speaks to what we are talking about here, to build a modern, technology-driven, diverse, resilient, inclusive, yes, leaving no one and no place behind, and a climate-smart agriculture sector. Yes, I want to spend 30 seconds on this one. That's our world. In Southern Africa is projected. There are 3 hazard classes that I have deliberately made small so you can't read them. But if you look at your geography and where Southern Africa is, that region is predicted to become drier. That is what he's saying. And that region is predicted to have more hurricanes. That is the terminology that NASA uses. That region is predicted to be visited by many cyclones. This is the projection to 2050. This is the context in which we must frame agricultural competitiveness with this ongoing challenge that we find ourselves in. In the next slide, we'll be able to indicate how at planning level we are beginning to download what happens at the global level in Zimbabwe and say, in 1980, to your left, that is what your agroecological zones looked like, the 5. And I know that many of you passed geography and drew this very nicely. But this is the scenario in 2021, adjusting for climate change. A 20% increase in regions 4 and 5. So Zimbabwe, like many other jurisdictions in the Southern Africa region, is predicted to become drier in the decades ahead. In fact, the most conservative estimate by scientists, climate scientists, indicates that rain-fed maize production will reduce by 17% in 2050. And of the 7 catchments, when we are very close to Muzingwane catchment, the worst affected, maize rain-fed production will reduce by 33%. And in that context, our population will have grown, so we must climate-proof agriculture in order to become competitive. As a consequence of the changes that have happened, and if you look at the 1932 laws that were visited on our people, and then the establishment of this separate growth in terms of agriculture, tribal trust lands, now communal lands, and the agricultural areas, you can see now the predominantly the red and the other grayish indicate that Zimbabwe, 70% of soils in Zimbabwe are acidic. So growing crops in those communal soils means that you must ameliorate them first through interventions that increase 2 aspects. First, just the soil structure itself, and secondly, of course, the pH of the soil. So here are the shocks. Climate change is real, ongoing, daily on our lives, and 70% of our soils are regarded as degraded, in need of rehabilitation in order to sustain production. In this scenario, we are talking about competitiveness of the agricultural sector, which is why we need to harness not good agricultural practices that were propounded in the 1980s, but we need to elevate this and talk about climate smart agriculture. And good agricultural practices being just a mere component of climate smart agriculture, which is why I said I will not talk about good agricultural practices, but perhaps a more holistic approach to the challenges that we face. And if we pause and say, so what is the objective that the country now needs to look at in terms of climate smart agriculture? First, we want to sustainably increase productivity. We want resilience in the face of climate change. We want to adapt. We want to mitigate. But more importantly, with these vicissitudes, we want to increase farmer viability, profitability. And many of you do ESG reporting, and I hope you can now begin to see the context in which you will be doing that. Before joining government, I was listening as chairman by Zimbabwe of the challenges industrialists and manufacturers faced. And I was listening as CEO Zimbabwe Agricultural Society, the challenges that agriculturalists faced. And I saw these 2 silos that they were not talking the same language, and yet they were handling the same crop. Maize handled as seed, maize handled as a cob, maize handled in a mill, maize handled as milli meal, maize handled as musua. It's maize, but transformed. So this value chain approach is what was missing and is still missing. It then leads to the creation of silos, whereas ministries are manageable segments by the president. The ministers think that their segments ought to be siloed to be managed. So I'm beginning to see this coordination platform between and among ministries as ministers become vessels for the transmission of the president's vision. That there is more need for collaboration. Why I did this in 2015 to develop what we call the Agricultural Development Pentagon, which places the farmer at the epicenter and surrounded by climate change, and looking at the 5 nodes of that pentagon to say, how do you have a value chain approach to traditional grains, to sorghum? If you want to produce sorghum in a communal village, what you must start to think about the ideation, R&D policy, and the regulatory issues that impinge on that. And at that stage, you must begin to think about good agricultural practice at policy level, not at the practice level. So that must shape and motivate production in the manner that you want. And then, of course, you must look for finance and inputs. And as we talk about inputs, we know all these good agricultural practices and climate-smart interventions that you have to bring about. Most people think about good agricultural practices when they are in the field, at the production and productivity level, whereas actually that must start much, much earlier, and also impinge on transport, logistics and storage, markets and market linkages. So this value chain approach to thinking about agriculture has enabled us to deepen and broaden linkages with industry and many other sectors that agriculture has these very strong linkages with. I just wanted to move on from the theoretical and look at the grounding, the application of good agricultural practices, how they will cause competitiveness as we increase sustainably production and productivity and ensure that farming is a business irrespective of scale. And that's the most fundamental and transformative entry into agriculture, that irrespective of scale, agriculture must be a business. At a household, agriculture must be a business for Vision 2030 to be attained. The 9.2 million people that reside in communal areas, over 60% of our population, must begin to become economic participants and not economic spectators. Subsistence farming creates 60% of the population just being spectators because they don't produce for sale. But with a transformative intervention at household level that ensures that we do this sustainably, that we adhere to the principles of good agricultural practice and climate-smart agriculture, we can begin to sustainably increase yields so that the competitiveness of these farmers and in it the nation can be guaranteed for the years to come. The most scientific way of increasing production and productivity in a climate change environment is a model that we call sustainable intensive conservation agriculture, and you call it Pfumvudza. And you simplify it and call it Intwasa, and you think this is a backward technology where someone must get a hoe and dig those holes. That's precision agriculture at micro level. This is minimum soil disturbance. This is conservation agriculture. You can begin to rebuild the destroyed soil structure by focusing on where you are growing the crop and not where you are not putting the crop. When I was growing up, we were putting manure everywhere in the field. Moparadzira everywhere. Morima, modonedza, mufudze unoenda nepasingaendi kana midzi, pasingaiswa kana chibage. That's why it remains subsistence. But this model allows you to put in organic manure, it allows you to put lime, it allows you to put fertilizer in that precise position. And the Pfumvudza plot is a permanent plot. So you are beginning to micromanage an area that will sustainably increase yield. This is why this revolutionary intervention has now been widely adopted in the SADC area, and our president wins accolades because of this intervention. I will just show you, we of course give this under the presidential input scheme. There is the increase in the numbers of plots of good agricultural practice since the intervention started in 2020 at 3 million, increasing by 121% to 23-24. But 24-25 is even better because we have 11.4 million plots done by 3.5 million beneficiaries, and there the area also responding in similar fashion. But here is the science. To your left is maize grown and the yield obtained using pfumvudza, and sorghum grown using pfumvudza, those in blue, those bars. And to your right, the conventional way of producing these two crops. Clearly, you can see a 2.5 times increase in the maize yield under pfumvudza, 3 times increase in sorghum yields under pfumvudza. So this household with 3 plots suddenly find themselves with surplus, which they ought to deliver to the GMB or sell to the nearest township in exchange for maternity or mwana wokuendesa kuchikoro. So now they are economic participants. So agriculture has caused economic circumstances to change at a household level, and that's the manner in which we need to look at this. But at a bigger level, and just to show you in practice again, most farmers are beginning to look at conservation, agriculture in a more serious manner because it reduces costs, increases viability and profitability, and ensures that there is sustainability in what you do. And then you can plant direct into maize stover or wheat stover. And I want to show this farmer who has done this practice for the past 21 years, and his average yield has increased from about 5-6 tons when he went onto this property in 2023 to the current 11.5 tons per hectare through good agricultural practices. So that's the intervention, and that's the leadership, and that's the practice that we are following. I just want to show you away from a household to a farm, but to national level. Since the entry of the Second Republic in 2017 and starting with 2018, here is the response of good agricultural practices and climate smart agriculture to these interventions and the responses. And you can see that with almost a record maize crop in 2022 and 2021 and 2023. And then, of course, we went down to 635,000 metric tons in last year, the worst El Nino in 43 years. And we are projecting now an all-time record for the country of 2.7 million metric tons. Pfumvudza in Twasa has performed extraordinarily well, and that will power this growth that we'll see in maize production. But I often say, if you look at 2024 and the maize yield there, and if you look at the economic growth, the drag effect of agriculture on economic growth, 2.2%. Now the economy projected to go to 6% upon the better performance of agriculture, until and unless we de-link agriculture and rainfall, we'll continue to have this pattern. So we must continue to climate-proof agriculture, accelerate the interventions that we have now taken on board. There is traditional grains, and you can see again the response yo-yo-like, but certainly more traditional grains anticipated from now onwards. I can't finish a presentation before I talk about what is dear to me and what Alois was talking about, rural development. The cocktail of outcome-based and impact-oriented interventions that this magician and visionary called E.D. Mnangagwa has brought on us, that until and unless Vision 2030 visits a household and these interventions shake them for their upliftment for Vision 2030, leaving no one and no place behind. This is a package of 8 interventions based on the indisputable fact that agriculture causes rural development. So agriculture must cause rural industrialization. That rural industrialization must cause rural development, and that rural development must facilitate and catalyze the attainment of Vision 2030. And this nexus is so strong, and we're beginning to see the evidence all around that this is the right intervention. And wherever we go, and wherever you come from, you must know that Vision 2030 will visit people in the villages. The people in the villages will not go to towns to find Vision 2030. Vision 2030 is under our feet. Vision 2030 is in our minds. Vision 2030 is a resource-based strategy. It looks at what we have comparative and competitive advantage, the climate, the soils, the temperature, the resource we call the soil that we farm, the resource we call mines underneath our feet. But the biggest of resource is, of course, the people in our minds. And that's Vision 2030. Briefly, those are the 8 presidential interventions designed to leave no one and no place behind, but also designed to be climate smart. You will see the concentration on smaller stock, as Zimbabwe is predicted to become drier in the decades ahead, and the promotion of indigenous livestock and the prevention of diseases is highlighted in that 4 presidential Bliss Tigris program. I want to touch on 2 of these programs. The president says, in order for competitiveness to be achieved, everyone must be sufficiently healthy to be able to do their utmost best in terms of work. Vision 2030 cannot be achieved, and if you have women and girls journeying 6-7 kilometers to fetch water from the nearest river and nearest stream. The president has restored the dignity of women and girls by his revolutionary intervention of drilling a bore in each village. 35,000 villages, 35,000 bores. Water is a constitutional right, but water becomes an economic enabler once available, hence the village business unit component. So 35,000 companies will be formed across 35,000 villages. Already 435 companies have been formed where the villagers, your mothers, your sisters, are the shareholders in the village. And on average, each household will be able to get $40, $50 equivalent monthly and begin to change their circumstances. This is rural development in motion. This is Vision 2030 in motion. As I often say, I can almost touch it. I can feel it. It's coming. The one model that I want to conclude by is a model that was brought upon us when we were relocated from fertile lands by those that had conquered our grandparents. And fortunately, the second Chimurenga restored the dignity of Zimbabweans. When war was fought, the land was reclaimed, and we reclaimed our land. The land is joined with the people, and the people with their land, the two irreversibly joined to each other. So the land reform program is irreversible. Vision 2030 accelerator model looks at the 460 irrigation schemes in communal areas that were established by the Smith regime, predominantly regions 4 and 5, as an appeasement for Africans that had been moved from fertile areas, and they were given half a hectare and economic and viable and sustainable farming units. Now we're beginning to reconfigure that so that they are transformed onto a business model. So farm days 0.5 of a hectare is unprofitable, but Mushagashi irrigation is 800 hectares, and each family a 0.5. No banker would even choose to talk to you when you want some money. But farming that as an 800 hectare farm means that you have now restored it as a business. It becomes bankable. It becomes an investment. So we are moving these flood irrigation systems to center pivot so that we can enhance efficiencies. They become more viable businesses. They impact 1.5 million Zimbabweans, so more can happen. But that allows us to bring in all the elements that I've spoken about assuring that you can have increased productivity, you can be sensitive to the issues of good agricultural practices, but more importantly, as you increase productivity, you are increasing competitiveness. Agriculture is the entry to reducing the cost of doing business. Agriculture is the entry point for ensuring competitiveness in many other value chains. Because if this primary production sector, we produce at a higher level, we reduce our competitiveness, not only internally, but also in the region and far afield. Now, just to show you that what we are doing is right. Kunyoro examination was makira wega was patsuna nesta was 100 out of 100 was nyoramberi kuti you can still do better. So this is the impact of this transformation of these irrigation schemes. You can see clearly the wheat and maize volumes increasing from the irrigation schemes that have now been run as a business. But with climate-proofing agriculture, I want to conclude now, we need to ensure that the 10,600 dams across the country are fully utilized and become productive. So whether it rains or not, we are able to produce sufficient to meet the needs of our country. In this region, I cannot end but to talk about a bit of Gwai Shangani to say we are very behind and very apologetic to those that are impacted by this tardiness in the implementation of this project. With more resources, we'll be able to complete it soon. The developed irrigation area, just to show you that it's increasing, and the president says, do what you can do and do it well. When we had the worst drought in 43 years, with the winter season approaching, and the president said, do what you can do and do it well. And what we could do was wheat, and we did wheat extremely well. We record wheat production, which provided the basis for the wheat-based food security intervention that we see, and we are feeding people with the gorosi. Many countries in Africa are unable to do so. Very quickly. So, when we look at the more parochially defined good agricultural practices, but we expanded that and to look at it from a more holistic climate-smart agriculture intervention, we can see that these interventions are beginning to bear fruit, are beginning to increase competitiveness of the agricultural sector. We will continue on this trajectory, and we hope that in the near future, Zimbabwe will not only be able to produce sufficient to feed everyone every day, wherever they are, but also to be able to begin to export. So I want to end by saying, Indawo zonke, isuku zonke. Thank you very much.
Clearly, the man is very, very passionate about his craft. Let's give him a big round of applause. The Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development, Dr. Anxious Masuka. I will not even try to summarize what he presented, but as you can see, agriculture is very key in terms of our competitiveness, because industry will tell you that I think it was up to 60% or so of their raw materials comes from agriculture. So it is very important that our competitiveness starts from our agricultural sector. So thank you very much, Minister, for that. We are now moving on to a panel discussion. And also just to unpack this, let me just call upon the following people to come and join us to the front. And then this session is going to be moderated, obviously, by Mr. Willard Manungo, who is the Deputy Chief Secretary in the Office of the President Cabinet. But before he comes up, let me just call upon, where are we? Ms. Dr. Denford Mutashu. He is the President of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Retailers. And then let me also call upon T. Maregera. T. Maregera is from the Dairy Processors Association of Zimbabwe. And then let me call upon Tino Kambasha. He is the CEO of the National Venture Capital Company of Zimbabwe. Let's give them a big round of applause as they come up. Tino. I've not seen Dr. Nigel Chanakira. Is he here? Oh, yes, he is, of course. Dr. Nigel Chanakira, he is the chairman of SMI. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Nigel. Let me call upon, of course, I saw Dr. Raneth Mano. He is from the Livestock and Meat Advisory Council. And of course, I saw Mzukuru wangu earlier on, Mr. Eddington Mazambani. He is the CEO of ZERA, the Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority. I hope all you guys can fit. There's a chair here. Amanungo. As I mentioned earlier, Wamanungo ndiye treasurer wangu. So let's give him a big round of applause. I've been with his daughter for 29 years, so clearly she's looking after me, and you can see from the big stomach, she's ndikubikirwa. So
well, thank you, the facilitator, for the interventions that we received from the honorable ministers and the central bank. I think it would be amiss for me not to begin by, I think, recognizing, following the presentation by Honorable Masuka, I think the recognition that, Honorable Minister, you received on behalf of government, on behalf of Zimbabwe, in terms of being the best world minister in agriculture. So I would want to say, let's applaud the Honorable Minister. So thank you, Honorable Minister. So sometimes when we think that the interventions that we are making locally have no bearing, there is that recognition within the region, on the continent, and beyond. Now, we've listened to the 4 presentations, and we've got a number of panelists that are with us, and we'll then invite them to come and respond. Maybe they can respond from where they are. I'm advised that there is a mic. So I will start by inviting, I think from the list that I have, Mr. Kambasha, maybe to give your response to the submissions that the honorable ministers have made in the Reserve Bank. But I think the key issue that has come out is we are in a global environment as Zimbabwe. And whatever initiatives we do, they need to foster competitiveness. I think that was emphasized by all the presenters this session. And the issues around the key pillars for enhancing competitiveness, I think they all came out. It could be the macroeconomic stability, the issues around the infrastructure, the institutions, the adoption of ICT, the issues around markets, the issues around human capital development, and having an innovative ecosystem. All these came across the presentations that we had in terms of ensuring there is agricultural security, there is energy security, and there is competitiveness in the financial sector. And last but not least, also ensuring that we recognize a key resource that we have. That's what Honorable Mchangwa was speaking to. The issues of ensuring that there is space, whether it be the youths, whether it be women, whether it be SMEs. There is also need for us to create that space if we are going to enhance their competitiveness. So I will call on Mr. Kambasha. You can respond.
Thank you very much, Raman. I'd like to write on all the protocols that have gone before me. And thank you for having us first, even though we're the latest baby on the block. We're quite honored to be here. What's quite interesting for us is that every single speaker and every single presentation is an area that touches a part of our business as the National Venture Capital Company. Currently, as we speak here in Bulawayo, we're actually investing in an agro-processing company that turns tomatoes into tomato powder and makes a shelf life go on for 18 months. So already we're touching on the agricultural side of things, and we're seeing innovation from NAST students, 22-year-olds based here. So these are all areas that are quite fascinating to us. We're also looking at areas in energy, so that also resonates with us in terms of decentralizing power in rural areas, where you charge batteries at a central station and then distribute them out as well. So I think this is quite an interesting forum for us, and we're quite happy to be here. Touching on the issue of competitiveness, especially in terms of looking at industry and commerce and manufacturing, it was also mentioned that Zimbabwe, we need to look at what we are good at. We need to look at where our competitive advantage is and stop looking at the West or the East because they've got their areas and their specialities, whether it's making machineries or whatever it is along their value chains. So what we need to do is to look at our competitive advantage and look at how we can do best based on what we are good at. The issue of trying to copy and paste anything, whether it's from Silicon Valley or whether it's from China, I think would be the wrong direction. And listening to the policies that were mentioned by the Honorable Minister Ndlovu from Industry and Commerce and everyone who spoke on that panel earlier, that, let's look at the issues that are hindering us, what is stopping us from moving forward. And I think also what we need to do is to give our young people, our young Zimbabweans, an opportunity to play in the game. So reducing a lot of costs and the ease of doing business, as mentioned earlier, would be quite key going forward. So I think this is a space that if we all have forums like this, and I'm very happy that we have a forum like this, where we can all sit and see how can every single part play its part. I'll give an example. So just going back a bit to that tomato project. So you've got the manufacturing sector that's involved, where we've reverse engineered the processing and drying of tomatoes. Then you've got an outgrow scheme we're looking at. So you're touching on agriculture, you're touching on manufacturing. Then you're looking at distributing using electric cycles that are charged by solar, so you're looking at energy. This is just one project. So we've got many more that we're also looking at. So we really believe that if we continue with these type of forums, we really can make a difference if we give our young and entrepreneurial and innovative minds a chance to move forward. Thank you, Amanungu.
Thank you, Tino, for that intervention. I'll call on Dr. Chanakira.
Riding on all protocols. I came in a bit late, PS Manungo, and so you may excuse my ignorance on some of the points that I may make, which were pre-considered prior to actually coming. But clearly, just to echo, I think I came in when the Minister of Agriculture spoke. And for me, that's a commendable effort, Minister, where we are now increasing production, total production, and then also increasing productivity. And I know Dr. Mano and I attended a session just recently from the World Bank, and the World Bank report gives very interesting insights with regards to agriculture and what we can do to further climate-proof it. And I am always a stickler of going back to the basics to say it's the core production that we actually do. It's rudimentary, it's necessary, it's imperative, in fact, given that it is feeding. But my hypothesis really is anchored on the fact that less is more. I think let's go back to the very core of Pfumvudza, which was to feed a family of 6 and increase the yield, because our yields have really gone down. And the comparative analysis that's contained in the report, where your director was present, Malawi, Zambia, in terms of production per hectare, are doing better than us. Now, with all due respect, I can't wrap my mind around it, given the efforts that we can make, that we've made in terms of investing in agriculture and understanding basic practice. So I want to extend a challenge to you, Minister, to say, can we look at those figures in even greater detail and look at the resource expenditure for the yields that we're getting from a national perspective, and then enhance the productivity per household in terms of yields. And we know fully well, yields on Mvudza done in its rudimentary way actually drives yields of 8 to 15 tons per hectare. So that means there is scope to quadruple, treble, the volumes and the yields that we're getting. And I think the world is that way inclined. And I think with agriculture on the organic front, we've got a very, very good basis to actually become a breadbasket for Southern Africa at least, given the projections that you are making. So I think the aim in the midterm, in terms of dollar spend for risk that is expended to that particular sector, it's well within our capacity within the next 5 years, I think, to achieve even much higher yields. So kudos to you. I would want you to stay on that stage at a global level. And we can catch them young too. I love your program. We were together in Manicaland where we're catching them young and teaching them the proper practice as it should be done. So I think that deals specifically with agriculture in terms of my intervention. On the industry side, unfortunately, we've gone backwards. I wasn't privy. I know I sit on a panel advising the minister who is chatting with the PS right now. And I'm hoping that he's listening as well simultaneously because he can multitask. But the reality is our total volume of production has actually been halved, if not a third, of where we were at our peak. So when we talk competitiveness in terms of the African market, we are a third of what we were probably 3 decades ago. And yet, of course, we are hosting at the moment the Secretariat, and we've had conversations around what we can do. Most of our industry, our manufacturing sector, in order for it to be, one, volumes-wise in terms of production, productivity per person, per square meter, by all matrix, I think save for one stellar one where we are likely to do extremely well, which is steel, of course. But the bulk of them, I think food is another where we've done, reasonably well. But if you look at all 16 subsectors, pharmaceuticals, for example, there is absolutely no reason why we cannot get back the volumes and the productivity per whatever matrix you actually use and get back to where we could, where we're supposed to. And otherwise, Zimbabwe clearly, PERMSEC, runs the risk of just being a supermarket. We are good traders, but our heroes should not be the Mbingas. Our heroes should be the producers. The people that we salute, the tax incentive, the exchange rate clawing back, for example. If a person is successfully exporting manufactured goods, they should be rewarded and not penalized for production. Because production is difficult under circumstances where there is inadequate power, where the cost of fuel comparatively to the region is higher. So if you look at our overall production costs, we've got to reward people who are actually producing things. My final comment on the manufacturing sector. I believe that that particular sector is ripe for new players. We have old technology, we've got old equipment, and we've got respectfully old people running the manufacturing industry. That's not how we will compete on the African continent. And so venture capital, the likes of what we're seeing, Tino, I am hoping that we put out a challenge that the private sector can complement the contribution to the National Venture Capital Fund and match dollar for dollar so that we encourage an annual allocation in the national budget, which should be matched by the private sector, if not increased beyond that. Why? Because we will not compete. If we produce and manufacture food items, then we should be able to actually do agro-processing and go beyond that. And in light of that, it's quite interesting that the subsectors that I've spoken today are the ones that are targeted for an investment conference that ZIDA will be co-hosting on the 22nd to the 24th of May, where a lot of capital potentially could be coming from Europe. And I think we should be able to put our best foot forward in order to capture that. Solar, energy, we are underproducing, we could do more, and if households engage with the net metering, I'm sure Mr. Mazambani will speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chanakira. Next, I'll turn on to the Livestock and Meat Advisory Council. We have Dr. Mano, so you've got 5 minutes.
No, thank you very much. Of course, I ride on protocols observed. And first and foremost, I want to really thank our His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for putting together a very impressive team of ministers. Very few countries can boast of the quality of the ministers that we have. I'm not only talking of our own Minister of Agriculture here, who is a scientist in his own regard, but the other ministers that are in the cabinet are equally very impressive, and I'm glad that we are getting the acknowledgement for their expertise at international fora. Hence, in agriculture, with this kind of leadership that we have, that has been charting a new pathway of transforming the way in which agricultural policy making is done in a way that is inclusive, in a way that is not multidisciplinary, but transdisciplinary, trans-institutional. That every week anybody can join the minister in discussing the policy matters and have solutions within that week. It kind of changes the role that policy advocacy groups do because of this approach, and we want to acknowledge indeed the platform that we have been given by the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Industry and Commerce, and other ministries that have established these platforms, either WhatsApp or virtual platforms. Hence, I'm going to elevate my comments and contributions. First of all, starting with agriculture. As you know, agriculture kind of integrates the energy. I will also mention that on the energy side, because fuel and electricity are important inputs. But more importantly, I want to start off by perhaps highlighting one of the key areas from just talking from Dr. Chanakira there, that productivity is indeed a challenge. But productivity is normally measured in different ways, and I like the way in which Zimbabwe, we are looking at it. That in agriculture, our fundamental capital investment good happens to be a natural capital good, and that is the soil that we inherited from our past, and also is God-given. We have to take care of it so that we pass it on in a wholesome way to the next generation. I think that's the first thing. In agricultural sciences, we talk of soil as as an asset, as it were. It's an asset just like any other asset. I think what our honorable minister here was saying was that over the years of agricultural production, that asset has been degraded, abused, mined, and as a result, its capacity to sustain, even putting climate science aside, just sustaining productivity was becoming questionable. right? And the measures that the ministry put in place, I think, are impressive in the sense that soil organic matter management through conservation, agriculture, soil fertility management, in order really to start taking care of soil health. Yeah, and soil health is basically the asset upon which all our livelihoods as people who consume food and survive on food depends on. But there's also another component of agriculture that I always quiz my honorable minister here to not forget. I know he doesn't forget, but I have to remind him most of the time. Agriculture also involves livestock. And normally we talk of sadza nenyama. Sadza roga leads to kwashoka. Sadza and nyama, eggs and milk contributes to the nutrition security, which is the other pillar, I think, in the transformation strategy. And more emphasis needs to be put there. The other component, of course, is the interface between agriculture and the industry and manufacturing sector. And there, this is where the issue, Chanakira, is very important. Productivity matters not because we want farmers to get rich. Productivity is the key upon which the maize we produce in Zimbabwe, the soya bean we produce in Zimbabwe, the cotton we produce in Zimbabwe can be competitively produced or transformed into industrial products. And this is where we have our Achilles heel. In this since 2017, we track productivity, especially for the commercially produced maize, commercially produced soya, that is going into our industry. Our productivity figures still lag behind. I want to compare our regional competitors, including Zambia. They have now matched the yields we used to achieve in the small-scale sector in the 80s, 3.5 tons per hectare. As smallholder farmers in maize production, we are now at an average zero, is still under 1 ton per hectare. This is notwithstanding the Fumvuza work that we are doing, because Fumvuza is 200,000 hectares, now 400,000 hectares. We farm more than 3 million hectares. So it's not yet at that scale at which we can start now taking the Fumvuza yield as our national yield. If that were to happen, indeed, productivity would drive price of fertilizer in our cost plus formulation, price formulation model, way down to competitive levels. Maize price in Zimbabwe, through consultative engagement of farmers, is about 335. Other farmers want it to be 380. Others are queuing for 420. Go across in South Africa, the farm gate price is 210 to 240. Go to Zambia, the farm gate price is between 180 and 230. We go to Mbeya in Tanzania, the farm gate price is 210. This is the maize that is being converted into the manufactured products, Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce. That is flooding our borders, and now we are criminalizing the natural law of economics that abhors a steep gradient between two regions connected by a good road. The only way we can be competitive is to make sure that our agro raw materials coming from agriculture have to be priced right, have to be produced right, and be competitive in such a way that when they are converted into agro food for our supermarkets, our prices for locally produced foods using locally produced agricultural produce should be second to none in terms of competition in our supermarkets, in our own Bulawayo here, in our own towns here. More so, we should be able to ship that food through our regional trade and be competitive in South Africa, competitive in Mozambique, competitive elsewhere. We can never achieve that if our productivities are not there. We talk of total factor productivity. And this is not an issue for the Minister of Agriculture. It's a total trans-ministerial challenge. Because for agriculture to be that competitive, we're talking of the total factor productivity of commercially produced maize, soya, and the like, to be comparable. We need to make sure that fertilizer is rightly priced, is sourced competitively. Something that I know from the actions taken fairly late in the season of 2024-25, cabinet is aware and our ministers, you are all aware, that the procurement of fertilizer, landing fertilizer here very expensively. Yet Zimbabwe used to be one of the few countries in Africa that manufactured its own fertilizer. Yeah? It is the basis upon President Akina Adesina went to Nigeria to promote establishment of fertilizer manufacturing, using Zimbabwe as their case study. But right now, Zimbabwe is not manufacturing any fertilizer. We still have the chemical engineers, we still have the factories, we still have the raw materials at Dorowa. Why is it that we are not making our own fertilizer and you are relying on importing even the things that we can make here even more affordable? Why is it that even though we have our fertilizer factories here already equipped with seasoned chemical engineers, we cannot bring in the raw materials and make adequate fertilizer on time so that agricultural ministry can do its job without these challenges that we are facing? So, fertilizer, how do we get the fertilizer prices right? My solution is that we don't have to wait for an SI on the eve of an agricultural season. We know fertilizer manufacturing has to begin much in May, June, around this time. We can mobilize, we can capitalize, we can quickly make sure that our fertilizer companies and others can produce fertilizer competitively. Just a minute with your indulgence. That's on the fertilizer side to improve productivity. Then the other components that we would want to highlight really, because it's very important that both the maize we produce and the soybean and sunflower that we produce, that are now major components of our minister strategy, that those products are also produced at scale. Our legume production has been very low, and I know soybean has been the major anchor, and Minister of Agriculture is now also emphasizing the sunflower side. Those two products, in my opinion, can, in a way, reduce our import dependency on imported cooking oil, while at the same time unlocking all these SMEs to produce competitively products that have been converted into cheaper, affordable livestock products for not just local consumption, but also for our exports. With that, I thank you, and I hope I've challenged the audience and our ministers sufficiently for us to take the debate forward, building on the successes of our agricultural transformation strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mano, for, I think, highlighting the need for us to take competitiveness, not only within the domestic market, but also looking at competitiveness from the perspective of the region, the continent, more so as our leaders across the continent have adopted liberalization in terms of the Africa continental free trade areas. So allow me to call on, we've listened to Dr. Mano, I'll call on Mr. Maregera, whose constituency is the Dairy Processors Association. You have the, sorry.
It's Amai.
Okay, so my apologies. Amai Maregera, you have the floor to share with us how we can have competitiveness from the perspective of food security, nutrition security, but from a dairy perspective. You have the floor.
Thank you, Secretary. All protocols observed. I present to the House the scenario in the dairy sector, focusing mainly on the processing side, which is the manufacturing. We get our raw material, which is raw milk, from agriculture, and then we are manufacturing it into various products. I start up with our per capita consumption of milk for this nation. We are on 7 liters. The recommended standard for Africa is 37 liters. But the World Health Organization is talking about 45 liters per person annually. So we are already starting from a point where we cannot talk about nutrition security It means we need to do quite a lot so that we can achieve nutrition security. Zimbabweans don't consume milk. You can calculate if you are taking 7 liters over 365 days and see how many tablespoons each Zimbabwean is consuming. Milk being perishable, we need cold chain. We have issues also with ZESA. There have been efforts to try and do solar, but I think you appreciate the high initial costs that the processors are facing. I move on to the ease of doing business or the regulatory costs. This has been discussed, but I only want to highlight that we have a total of about 17 levies and licenses that we are paying. As a sector, we are recommending, can we not review the structures and see where we can merge some of these? Because for us as processors, we see these 17 as cost centers. So it's money that is going out, and we don't really get the benefit out of all the money that goes out, because some of the licenses and the fees that we pay are duplicating. There is need to really go through our structures and see which units have become redundant, which units can we merge that duplicating roles, so that it actually reduces costs for the manufacturing sector. I also want to implore on the trade facilitation, taxes and duties. Most of the packaging that we use for the processing of dairy products is food quality standard, and we don't get most of the packaging that we need locally. So we import. When we bring these things in, there is lots of tax, and we end up increasing our cost of manufacturing. I guess if you go downtown Harare, you find that a liter of UHT from maybe Malawi or Zambia is 80 cents to $1. And if you go into a supermarket, let's say Pick and Pay, our milk is selling for $1.70. We are price sensitive. If I would ask how many people are buying milk every day in their homes, and most of us, even if we work for the dairy industry, we have resorted to substitutes like Cremora. But is it the healthy nation, the nutrition that we want? It's another challenge. So we want to say, we want to pay taxes, but I think at the rate which we are going, if it were cows, you milk a cow, it gives you milk. But if you continue milking it, it becomes dry, it gives you blood, and then it dies. So we are at the verge of collapsing our industries because of these high costs that we are incurring. And finally, I think I want to talk about what I can say has been an initiative from the dairy industry, where we tried to self-regulate. We had our trust, which is called Zimbabwe Dairy Industry Trust. Since 2002, we tried to contribute voluntary levies to support growth of the production level at farm level. We rose from a record low of 37 million liters in 2009 to the current 115 million liters that we got in 2024. Industry was initiating this because we need the milk, we need to grow, and we were trying to drive the growth ourselves. But surprisingly, we find that government has come in with AMA to come and drive livestock production, and they want to collect a cent from every liter of milk that is being produced. And you find that this is now becoming an additional burden on the permits, the levies, the certification, then we have to pay a livestock development levy. We want to bring it to the attention of both the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Agriculture that the 5% dairy levy that we started contributing in 2022, that is from all the imports that, of solids that we've been bringing into the country. It was a proposition from private sector and it was then adopted as a statutory levy. But to date, we have not seen a cent spent to support livestock development from this amount. So we become more and more worried where we are removing self-regulation from a private sector, trying to make it a public function, and then we don't see the results. So it is our call that can we really in the future strategies see where industry can self-regulate and manage themselves to give the results that they want so that we reduce, I think, over taxation or over levying on industry themselves. They know what they want and they are making deliberate plans because dairy revitalization program started with industry and not with government. And I think in terms of initiatives in human capacity development, as a manufacturing sector, we have been trying to work with Harare Institute of Technology as well as Chinoi State University to improve our technicians. Most of the technicians that we get from the universities are not competent when they come into the factory floor. So we are designing courses helped by other international universities to come and improve. This is an initiative, industry is funding this, trying to make sure we get the cadre that can perform and improve our efficiencies. In conclusion, I would want to say milk being a perishable cannot be sold downtown in these tuck shops. We were really benefiting from the former retail shops. With the closure of shops like OK and N. Richards, we are finding no market for our goods. Visit our warehouses, you find they are full. We don't have a market for perishables. We are closing down some product lines like yogurts and ice cream because these you can't take into the informal. So we just maintain those. When you look at our NDS1 report for 2024, we got up to 80% capacity utilization. This is not milk. What the dairy processors have done, they have found alternative products that they can make using the same equipment. So we are now producing maheo. We are no longer producing the milk because the milk is not enough. The milk is difficult to sell. So for the sector to survive, they have ventured into alternative products so that they can just keep their noses above the waterline. Thank you.
Thank you, Amai Maregera, for, I think, sharing with us some of the challenges that are being faced in the dairy industry. And I think the concerns that you raise, I think have also been alluded to. If one goes through the NDS1 midterm review last year, and His Excellency the President is also required for all of us. Our cabinet has required all of us. Our honorable ministers have also required all of us to be looking at some of the issues that you are highlighting in terms of trying to ensure that we have an ease of doing business reform that is practical and that is reachable. So you'll find that across government departments, ministries, agencies, it's an area where we've been working very closely with stakeholders in terms of the manufacturers, the retailers, to try and make sure that we address the sort of challenges that you are raising. So it's an issue that our cabinet and our honorable ministers are currently dealing with. Now, the next person I'm going to call on is Mr. Mazambani, who is from Zera, and you're following on the submission that we had from Honorable Minister July Moyo in terms of the recognition that we need to accelerate energy transformation. Because all the initiatives that we speak to, at the end of the day, they need to be powered by energy. But one of the areas that Honorable July Moyo highlighted in his presentation was obligating beyond the state agencies, our ZETDC, obligating the private sector to also become part of the entities that participate through private partnerships in terms of financing energy infrastructure. Now, one of the submissions that has been made to His Excellency the President in this quest, because the Honorable July Moyo is calling on the need for us to explore broader participation in terms of public-private partnerships in that area. But one of the challenges that has been raised and submissions made to His Excellency the President are some of the costs that, if I can cite those that want to go into solar, what they encounter by way of the permit requirements and the permit charges that they encounter. And in the case of solar, the submission that has been made to His Excellency is that where you need land use permit for you to be able to extend solar power generation beyond your rooftop, you find that they experience charges that were submitted as $129,772 US dollars. This is an upfront permit requirement for somebody who is heeding the call that government is making to say that accelerating energy transformation requires that we have all the other players, including those in the private sector, joining us. So on that note, I would want to give you the floor, Mr. Mazambane.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Secretary Vamanungu. Before I delve into the issues you have raised, I would want to, first of all, maybe get an agreement from everyone here that the power situation we have in this country is a national problem. It's a problem we all contributed to in one way or the other. It's something which we also then need to get onto a table and map out how do we get out of this problem. Why do I say we all contributed? We have been paying a sub-economical tariff for a long time. As if that was not enough, we're not even paying that sub-economical tariff. We were being charged by ZETDC a sub-economical tariff, and we're not paying that tariff. At one time, we clapped hands for the government when they scrapped the debt which we had with ZESA. What we didn't know is that we're already in a hole, but we're digging deeper. And we need to then collectively take responsibility and pull ourselves out of that hole. We also, have massive power theft. There's a place in Bare which was discovered, which was doing welding all night. They illegally connected themselves to a power source, which means they were using huge capacities without paying to the utility. We are constantly seeing reports on vandalism of infrastructure. For some, they are doing that to get oil from the transformers. I'm told it's being used in the fast food industry. For some, they are taking copper, which has got a very lucrative market locally and regionally. So all these ills have now come back to haunt us with load shedding, with high cost of operating generators for industry, damage to electrical gadgets, perishables, loss of perishables, and it would also have got an effect on the cold chain. And like I said, we need them to come together. We are actually organizing, we have been tasked by the Honorable Minister to organize an all-stakeholder endeavor to see how best do we get out of this problem and deal with the supply side of electricity. With the energy issues border around issues to do with security of supply. On security of supply, there is no substitute other than investing in the capacity, which we haven't done until the last few years when we did Swange 7 and 8 and Kariba South Extension. The last meaningful investment had been done in the late 80s and early 90s. So we need to attract capital into this capital-intensive sector. We need also to embrace new innovative ways of generating electricity, distributed generation through rooftop solar, commercial and industrial roof space. We've got lots of it. And even government itself has got quite a lot of rooftop space in all its public institutions. We need to harness that space and generate power. We need to roll out mini-grids in the rural communities and microgrids to attend to the last mile connection. We need also to ensure that we embrace net metering. I think we had a teething problem at the beginning when we launched net metering, but now I'm happy that we are all aligned with the utility in terms of rolling out this. We should be at a capacity of 54.5 megawatts before end of the first half of this year, and we are targeting to have 100 megawatts available on net metering by end of the year this year. I concurred with my colleague at ZETDC when we were meeting the Honorable Minister on Monday, and he said the target you have set is something which is achievable. So it calls for us all who are here, who have got industrial space, to utilize that space to generate power and feed to the grid. By so doing, we actually help to stabilize the grid. We help to reduce the system losses, which are at the moment at an unsustainable level of 23%, which means for every megawatt we produce, 23% of that is being wasted, and we need to deal with that. The quality of supply, issues of quality of supply, this to deal with the voltage swings, it's a cost to industry because it damages critical equipment. We also need to deal with issues to do with the quality of service. By quality of service, we are talking to issues around turnaround times by ZETDC to attend to faults. And that we're actually coming up with some KPIs so that we can hold them to account. We need to, I'll leave the issue of affordability last. We need to deal with issues of access. Access, Zimbabwe is actually a signatory to the sustainable goals. SDG number 7 is fast approaching, 2030 is fast approaching, but we have actually undertaken that 100% of Zimbabwe will be covered. So we need then to look at those issues I spoke to about issues of mini-grids, microgrids, and also even isolated rooftop solar systems, because if you've got a rooftop solar without the grid, but when we're doing our census about accessibility of electricity, we tick the box, you do have electricity because you can power your gadgets. I want then to move on to issue of affordability, pricing. I know people, especially industry, complain that our power is expensive. Yes, it is expensive because we've got antiquated equipment. Our power generation cost at Wange, the units 1 to 6, it's very expensive. And it's expensive because the units are old. It's expensive because we were not paying that suboptimal tariff. Therefore, the utility did not maintain the equipment. So we need to embrace this and take ownership and address these issues by investing into this capital-intensive sector. It's unfortunate that power sector is not something you can, brandish $1 million and say, I want to address the power system. We need billions of system development plan, which was done by Manitoba, is talking of a requirement of about 10.6 billion for us to attend to our generation capacity, to attend to our transmission capacity and distribution capacity. Our distribution capacity needs to be modernized. We need to have smart grids so that our utility can have total control of the system by a click of the button. We also need to look beyond our borders and have regional cooperation. We have got the capacity which the Honorable Minister spoke to about Batoka. We need a collective approach to that. There is the Great Inga Dam in DRC, which has got the capacity to power the rest of Africa. We need to attend to that. Along the Zambezi Valley, there is capacities until we get to the Indian Ocean. We need to look at ourselves as a region and court capital as a region, which we can then distribute, the capacity we can then distribute amongst ourselves. There are some policy interventions at government, for the National Energy Policy of 2012, which needs to be re-looked at. I think we have been tasked by government to revise that policy to bring it up to speed. The renewable energy of 2019 and the biofuels of 2019, these policies have got incentives in them. For renewable energy projects, for instance, the projects will get national project status. It means that the movement of their capital goods is faster. They've got a tax holidays for the first 5 years, and their tax, instead of being at the normal 25%, is actually at 15%. So we need to look at these. We have also had LPG, VAT on LPG removed. That makes LPG cheaper, and it's an alternative source of energy. We had duty removed on renewable energy renewable energy products, but we have approached government to say, let's go further and take out VAT. This will then make renewable energy projects much cheaper, and the tariff will also respond accordingly. I now want to touch on the issues raised by Deputy Chief Secretary Amanungo on regulatory fees, and in particular, the $129,000 highlighted. I don't want to shy away to be part of that problem, but I want to say we need to sit down as regulators and look at our fees. I don't know whether it will make me feel better to say my fee in that 129 is less than 5,000, but the other 124,000, we need to interrogate it and come up with a reasonable cost which will make capital come into this country than to shun. Because unfortunately, capital is very fluid. When it's too costly, they'll move next door. They'll move to the international market and get takers in that. So we are planning to have a meeting, ZERA, EMA, ZETDC, local authorities, and the Ministry of Lands, because most of the land which is being converted into power projects is ordinarily land which is meant for agriculture. So in terms of the then day-to-day running costs of power projects, once we modernize our generation system, our transmission system and distribution system, we'll see that the per unit cost of electricity will come down from the average 16.08 to something far much lower than that. It is at 16.08 because of the input of Wange units 1 to 6, which are old and needs to be replaced. So our policymakers, our principals, we need to get capital into this country. And the only way we can get capital into this country is we have to be deliberate about courting it. As long as we think that we are the preferred option, unfortunately we are not. So we need to do more to attract capital into this country. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Mazambani. More so when you highlight the commitment to follow on the call that Cabinet has made, that as government, we are required to interrogate all the fees, licenses, permits that we have as a requirement, upfront requirement on stakeholders who want to invest So interrogating those is welcome, and already the office has communicated with all ministries and department agencies to try and ensure that we have a cabinet fully appreciate the extent to which we have these ranges of fees, licensing requirements, over and above some of the delays that undermine takeoff of investment projects. Now, last but not least, I would want to call on Dr. Mtashu. I think your sector has come out quite topical in terms of the retail sector. So I would call on Dr. Mtashu to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Secretary. Good afternoon to all of you. Maybe let's just clap hands for the honorable ministers and senior government officials, permanent sectors. We have decided to spend a lot of time with us. We also have members of parliament. I think that is befitting. As my beginning point of intervention, let's clap hands for them. So I take this as more like an open cabinet. Of course, the chair, who is our president, is not here. But I think this is a very important first step, an opportunity that the NCC has created for us as business, where cabinet ministers come. We've got members of parliament who are also here. We've got regulatory bodies that are here. So my intervention and my suggestion would be through you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for this. The President has spoken. Just like even all the honorable ministers here have spoken. Why don't we take this as a precious opportunity for us to come up with an outcome, a key outcome, and one of the key outcomes should be, out of the 17 sectors, what are the key regulatory and compliance impediments? We list them. And then we prepare a report that then our cabinet ministers can then look at and see under their various ministries. Let's say the Minister of Agriculture. I think the Minister of Agriculture, for example, he has given us the roadmap. He has shown us all the good work that is being done. So let's then reduce it to the challenges in terms of the regulatory challenges that under the Minister of Agriculture, for example, what are the impediments? What can we improve? What are the licensing cost centers that we need to take away? So I think that will be one of the key outcomes of this meeting. And my second intervention, Honorable Minister, is that this can actually become an annual event as an outcome, as a key outcome of this particular meeting, where we have got direct interaction with Parliament, direct interaction with Cabinet, direct interaction with various sectors of the economy, discussing Zimbabwe. And then talking competitiveness, I'm trying to run away from the silo approach where I discuss my sector, the retail and wholesale sector. I think the challenges are all out there. We've discussed. We've been provided an opportunity by the Honorable Minister and discussed a lot of things. Also, the Deputy Chief also provided that opportunity for us. Now we are looking at how can we refill the shelves. So I think my point of departure to that regard is that I was given this pen. Where did this pen come from? Was it made here in Zimbabwe? Was it? Okay, let me move away from this pen, but I'm sure it's a perfect opportunity to support our own pen manufacturing companies in Zimbabwe, okay? Then let me come to the jackets and suits, the suits that we are wearing, all of us. Is anybody in the house wearing a suit that was made, crafted in Zimbabwe, designed in Zimbabwe? Wow. So where am I driving my point to? I'm driving my point to that I think we need to stop mourning and come up with a very different mindset, a positive mindset, because what we believe is that if all of us were wearing or dressed up like my brother Nigel is dressed up, I'm not saying I mean, you are not. But I'm just saying, I think we need to begin to make some practical steps. For example, if what was it going to do to say in the next NCC event, all of us executives are going to come here wearing Zimbabwean-made shoes? So we've got to be practical. I'm sure you had the Minister of Women Affairs and SMEs actually highlighting that the women and the youth needs to be supported. But it then takes practical steps by most of us in this room to say, what are the opportunities that we are providing to the women run businesses, to the youth run businesses? I think that is a very practical first step. If out of this meeting tomorrow, for example, we hear that, for example, Bata says, we get these raw materials, we think they can be available locally. Can we have, Minister, can we have your SME-led business, women-led businesses coming to us to say, we are now the suppliers of these products, of these raw materials? I think that is very practical. Because we can come here, we can talk, we can go away. Next year we come here, we talk, we go away. But without the practical steps that we need to start making now, I think it can actually end up becoming a talk show. So this is my intervention. If it is, so I think we need to categorize the issues to say, what are the issues that fall under the monetary environment? Monetary policy environment. For example, if it is the exchange rate, my brother spoke about the MPC that they set and they agreed that the 35% is what was agreed. But I think it is now an opportunity through this platform to say, what does industry say? Outside the MPC, outside the policy making oven, what does industry say? Because what we have shown today is that it is not a government thing. It is you and me. And in doing this, in all this, let's identify the people. Where are the people? Because when you cannot talk competitiveness if you are not talking local production, if you are not talking the people. Because ultimately, out of improved competitive environment, it is the people, the ordinary people, the day-to-day. I'm sure you don't know the pain of representing the people. Most of the MPs know. Every day, the people will be coming to you, asking you questions. Questions that are robust, questions that need answers. But we need to take advantage of platforms like this to provide such opportunities for us then to take forward and say, from here, we are going to select, because we've got academia here, we've got government, we've got the private sector. We are going to come up with a team that is going to sit down, work on the practical steps that we're going to take for the next 2 days. We need to have come up with the issues that fall under taxation, issues that fall under regulatory and compliance, issues that fall under local authorities, so that at the end of the day we are very practical. So that is my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mtashu, for that intervention. But I want to join the honorable ministers in assuring you that you have His Excellency emphasizing that he has a Zimbabwe that is open for business. And in that vein, he is a listening president. And being a listening president, I think you spoke to a mindset as one of the outcomes. Now, what we are requesting as government from business is, if we are going to be true to this theme, which says building sustainability towards enhanced productivity and competitiveness in Zimbabwe, we then need yourselves as business to come to the table as partners. And your coming to the table as partners requires you to move beyond generalizations in terms of observations. And the appeal that we are making is, let's have specificities in terms of identifying all the challenges that we face. The honorable ministers have already indicated their readiness and commitment to overcome the challenges that undermine competitiveness. And for us to be able to then move forward, it's helpful if we can get specific observations, it could be fees, it could be licenses, so that we can then inform decision-making by government, and then the facilitation through interventions. So allow me to call on the honorable ministers and the representative of the governor of the Reserve Bank. I think they've listened to the panelists, and I would want to also allow them scope to either elaborate on some of the observations that were made. So I will start from here. I will start with Honorable Mchangwa.
Thank you so much, the moderator, Deputy Chief Secretary. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, our moderator, Deputy Chief Secretary Manungo. And I want to say these are very quality interventions which are coming from the panelists. I know it's well over lunch, and I agree with Dr. Mtashu when he said it's an open cabinet. The only difference with this cabinet is no food is going round. In our cabinet, we are given food. But truly, to the fact, it is an opportunity to learn from you and understand the issues, how you look at them, and you can also understand from where we stand. I know most of the interventions cut across what my mandate is all about. But let me just go to Mr. Kambasha. I want to say truly, this is the fact. We are in a global environment. Doesn't matter we are SMEs. We need to emphasize competitiveness. And this is what I said earlier on, that the coming on board, the operationalization of the venture capital company of Zimbabwe is truly a very good step in the right direction, and I'm sure this will ensure the startups are provided with appropriate financial support. So we thank you very much. And I also want to just comment on the work which the Reserve Bank is doing from the presentation. We really commend you for that proactive implementation of the Financial Inclusion Strategy 1 and 2. And certainly this will improve SMEs' access to formal financial services. To just comment on Dr. Chanakira's intervention, I want to say, yes, we heard you. He said we have gone backwards in industry. Total volumes of production has been halved. He says, in actual fact, we are a third of what we were 3 decades ago. And I hope my colleague Minister of Industry can just confirm to us. I hope also in coming up with those statistics, you have considered the amount of work which the SMEs are doing in the country. Yes, all technology will not get us far, and I said that earlier on, that our SMEs, the biggest problem is they need retooling to produce a product which is competitive, which can sell not just in Zimbabwe, but also abroad. Dr. Mano spoke about the transforming agricultural policy, and he actually questioned when Minister presented the national yields of Fumbuza. I think his point was it's only about 400,000 people, and we have so many other farmers in the country. What are we doing to improve the yields there? That also comes close to my heart, because most of the farmers, especially in the rural areas, who are providing good food are women in the rural areas. And I think there is need for support, maybe in terms of equipment. If we are going to import tractors, it's also important to think of small tractors, small equipment, which will help. You know, especially with the promotion of our traditional grains, how difficult it is to produce and to process until they are on the table. I think that will go a long way in making life easier for our women and youth in the rural areas. Mrs. Maregera, the dairy processors, it's well understood, and I'm particularly concerned as a person who is in charge of community development and families, the issue of nutritional security when it comes to milk. Yes, we have seen that we are taking very little versus the world, which is taking 7 liters versus 37 liters. I think that talks to the Ministry of Agriculture to see how we can also improve, because we want strong, nutritious citizens who will be empowered for us to achieve the Vision 2030. The issue she spoke about, when you were talking about the perishable, that the milk as a perishable, you need cold chains, that brought me straight to the trip which we took, a look and learn trip to Tatarstan, which we were sent by the president to just look at the agro industry in Tatarstan. That's one of the Federation of Russia. And what we saw there is one big agro park where there's a floor for wholesalers and cold chains. And then there's a floor for processors, those who would then want to process the milk into yogurt, into cheese. And this is what the vision which our president has in terms of making sure that at least the SMEs and other farmers also can actually get the best out of what they are producing. There's no post-harvest losses. So the issue of cold chains, I think that's we are working on, and we will be soon be coming up with those in Bare, in other cities around the country. Then the issue, I think the elephant in the house is about so many regulations and levies, pays, and I think the need, the deputy chief just spoke to it, the need to rationalize it, drop what is archaic, and make sure that we also merge some of those regulations rather than have several of them. Then to go to Mr. Mano, Dr. Mano, I think. Dr. Mano, I think I am totally in agreement with you that before I go there, I think I like the point of the industry self-regulating themselves. And I've seen this even among SMEs. And what they need is support. And I said earlier on, it's not about taking and taking and taking. It's about providing a service and expect to get taxes and levies. So I do agree with you. I hope I got those right. And of course, the power issues, Honorable Moyo is here. And of course, we want power. But the issue I liked about Honorable Moyo's presentation is let's get into biogas, wind, and let's renewable energy. And we are seeing a lot of our SMEs doing this and making sure that they rely on their solar rather than wait for ZESA, which will be only cheaper when there's a big investment in the electricity generation. Yeah, that's what I thought, Deputy Chief Sec. Otherwise, I do agree with Mr. Dr. Denford Mtashu that we should set up this is a very good thing, and I've learned a lot since morning I've been here, and I want to say I agree with him that we need to come up with a key outcome or a resolution, a paper which will then be presented to cabinet. And the good thing is members of cabinet are here. So when this paper comes to cabinet, a lot of us will be having that, all the information which has come up. So we should stop mourning. I said that earlier on when I presented. I like the idea of us coming with practical solutions. I always say we do have the solutions. Don't come to government with a problem, but come with a solution, and we'll obviously work together. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The summary have already been made, and coming from where I moved from on January the 3rd, where I was concerned with organization and methods, corporate governance. And after having done job evaluation, we agreed, both the public service and the chief secretary, that the organization that the president has put in place in government, we should be able to interact very easily. In the office of the president, apart from the chief secretary, there are deputy chief secretary who I would call if I was in industry or I was in your company. These are our chief operating officers. We have a chief operating officer who is responsible for economic issues, him sitting here. We have a chief operating officer responsible for infrastructure. If you take away the infrastructure, we have a chief operating officer responsible for infrastructure, Engineer Marawa. We have a chief operating officer responsible for social, Reverend Damasani. And we have a chief operating officer, obviously, responsible for internal administration. What I do ask you for, Comrade Manungo, is the chief operating officer responsible for the economy. We are going to be having so many interventions coming from ministries, which is separate. And last time we were in Kwekwe, we had the engineering and steel sector. Very good suggestions. But if they don't come to the chief operating officer and we can interrogate as the economic ministries and put it before cabinet, and so we can make decisions, those will remain as talk shops. This, what I am listening to from all the presenters, the commentators, excellent issues coming up, which now needs to be reduced. And Mtashu has just given us the way forward. If it is taken by the chief operating officers and put it into cabinet, I'm sure with recommendations of what issues we should make policy on and or implement, for instance, the licensing issues. They were well debated in cabinet. Even where we should bunch the licenses, it was well articulated, but the chief operating officer going back to to yourselves, we should now be able to implement it. So we should use our corporate system of governance to make sure that what we have decided, what we have recommended, it should come back and be implemented. We should, in my view, also these retailers association, CZI, there is the mining ones are on their own. There are so many associations that we have. What we need to create, in my view, is a business council that is effective, that is intersectional, and where you can actually, if you want to come to the Minister of Industry, you come together, because you cannot come as retailers, and when you know the value chain includes manufacturers. So our business council model, which now must feed into our corporate governance, which is in the government, and the chief operating officer for economic issues is supervised by a vice president. The one in infrastructure is also supervised by a vice president. And the one in social is supervised by a vice president. It's one step to all of us being supervised by the president. We need to break away from what we inherited, which might not be working right now for our decision-making and processes that we need to come up with. So my appeal is, we have had very good ideas. Let them not fly away from us because we don't have good corporate systems. Yet government has created some, and we need to work with you. I thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Firstly, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for a commendation on the good work that we are doing as the Reserve Bank in terms of financial inclusion. That is just one of the initiatives that we have involved and also consulted widely with stakeholders. But there are more initiatives that the bank is also going to pursue in terms of financial literacy and also in terms of deepening our willing buyer, willing seller foreign exchange market, which we think by the only period that we have operated it since 2024, we still feel that we still need some more consultations and also the contribution from industry in order to deepen and broaden that financial, that foreign exchange market system. The bank is not the end in itself. It is also a listing institution where we can take on board good recommendations coming from all stakeholders, regardless of where they are coming from, including the private sector. In terms of the interventions that have been put forward by colleagues up here, the message that I got, which is common, was that we need to import substitute. And for us as the Reserve Bank, we take delight in that, in the sense that by import substituting, we'll be able to reduce our trade deficits. As we speak glamorously about the current account surplus. Yet people may ask, but if we have a current account surplus, why is our exchange rate not stable? And why are we having a current account surplus in the midst of foreign exchange shortages? The quick answer to that is, in terms of the broad balance of payment in its composition, it is only the secondary income category, which comprises diaspora remittances, which is driving more the positivity that we are seeing on our external front. Otherwise, in terms of the other sub-accounts of that balance of payments, the trade accounts, the services account, they are in deficit. And that deficit is a reflection of the foreign exchange that we are taking out to other countries as we import all the necessary inputs that we require in our industry. So it was a good message for me, as I get from colleagues, to say we need to import substitute. In terms of fertilizer production, in terms of what is required in the dairy processing sector, the packaging, we need to produce from within. Even Dr. Mtash has highlighted also by asking the question on the production of the ballpoint pen that he was holding, which all points to exportation of foreign exchange to other countries. So it will be good as a country if we are to conserve the little forex that we get and intensify and use it in our domestic economy for the betterment of our production, which also the honorable ministers have always highlighted to say we need to increase production over and above just reducing the cost of production. We need also to boost, to ramp up production itself in order for us to be competitive. Then just to also share with you that as a central bank, we have also adopted the back to basics strategy, is what Dr. Chanakira was alluding to when he referred to agriculture. But with the central bank, we've also adopted the same back-to-basic strategy. Recently, we have finalized our blueprint, the strategy document, where the back-to-basics mantra was underscored. In the back-to-basics mantra for the central bank, what it means is we are now confined to our core mandates, which are basically the triple objectives of currency stability, financial sector stability, and also the price stability. Because in the past, we have been accused of being involved in quasi-fiscal operations, which were basically getting outside the mandate, the core mandate of the central bank, by involving in other areas of economic development, and also which were not really our core mandate. So this time around, we are saying we want to confine ourselves to those three mandates, and these three mandates, they are also part of the governor's contract. If the governor does not perform well on the currency stability, on financial sector stability, and also on price stability, then that is an issue with this performance contract. So as we move towards 2030, the central bank is also of the view that we want to take this as a journey, as a process of getting to monocurrency by 2030 and beyond. We don't want to make it an event. So that is the reason behind why export requirements have been tilted towards more surrender and less retention. So we will do it gradually. I'm sure you have heard the governor saying in the recent interviews, we'll do it gradually until we get to 2030. We don't want to make it an event by 2030 to say we are now having 100% surrender requirements, but we'll do it gradually going forward. Then my last piece that I may want also to share with you is the central bank will walk the talk of maintaining price stability by containing money supply growth. And that money supply growth containment is going to be attained through strict, tight monetary policy. But however, this stance is not cast in stone. It will be reviewed from time to time by our monetary policy committee, which sits quarterly, and they consider all the developments in terms of fundamentals that justify reviews. And as usual, the monetary policy committee regularly updates each time they sit. They regularly update you on what is behind their resolutions, and we also do regular reporting in our weekly, in our monthly, in our quarterly updates. And as central bank, we are also present on social media platforms, the X handle, and also we have a website where we publish our decision. So thank you very much for the interventions I got from the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Secretary. Thank you, colleagues, for the very insightful interventions. So I came to listen, and I listened. I've taken notes. But I felt that the bright interventions that I got from these colleagues were only a sample of the brighter interventions that I did not get. My email, agricminister2020@gmail.com. In small letters, please. There's one word, agricminister2020@gmail.com. My number, 0772 169 957. 0772 169 957. Musa phone vanu vamwari. SMS, I am traditional, no WhatsApp. And if you don't get a response in 24 hours, assume it has been lost. And when you don't get a response, say masuko wakati nyepera. So I value contributions, which is why I have 21 working groups. The dairy working group met on the 8th of this month, and the dairy processors were represented, and they highlighted the statutory instrument 129 of 2017, which they were talking about. And that's an AMA SI and a minister's SI. And I did, as I did in that meeting, I'll highlight to the colleagues what I said. Government must regulate for growth. So the burden of proof is with AMA to show what that levy has been used for. And then we can do a value for money analysis. And then we can then say, do we need it or not? So that's what we need to do. We also need to have to evaluate the impact of policy. And I talk to Dr. Manu all the time and say, yes, some of the policies are made perhaps with the information that we have, but you have the time to be able to evaluate that impact of that policy. Favor us with that narrative so that we can move forward. On the 17th of this month, on Monday, we had a livestock working group. And Dr. Manu, on behalf of ELMAC, gave a presentation, an overview, and some of the concerns that they have, that we work together. And it is not the minister's idea, it is not your idea, it is the brightest and best idea for the country that we will all rally behind and that we will take forward. And I have an open door policy. If you wish to come to my office, come anytime, any working day before 6:30 a.m. and don't make an appointment. The other aspect is that I think we need to start with the philosophical aspects of where we are at as Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a developmental state under sanctions. So therefore, the state is a dual role. And this dual role, I hope, has been articulated sufficiently, that the state must be a strong actor, especially in providing the basics that will entice business to see business in the unbankable and the rest of the populace, to raise them to a sufficient level in infrastructure, etc., so the private sector can come in. But also the state must play a very strong facilitator role to enable the private sector to come and complement it. And this is in this vein that I think we have a unique opportunity presented by this forum to be able to synthesize and distill the essential issues that confront us. We call it the ease of doing business as euphemism for the cost of doing business. But I think let's be sufficiently candid with each other so that we can get the very bare facts. Don't sugarcoat anything, because we want the facts so that they can inform policy, and the right policy to drive the growth, to drive the transformation that we need to attain Vision 2030. So rather than wait for the next installment of this, I look forward before midnight today to getting lots of contributions from you. I have a director in my office, the last thing. The director in my office is the portal to the 21 working groups that were formed that represent value chains and also youth and women. If you want to participate in any of these, they start at 7 a.m. and end by 7:45 when they are held. And you can participate virtually. And if you are unable to link in, you can send us your contributions to that particular portal. And again, within 24 hours, we'll be able to respond to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers. I don't know if Honorable Ndlovu, you want to respond to some of the issues raised? Okay. Then I think in the interest of time, I think I would want to thank the Honorable Ministers for the presentations. I would also want to thank the panelists for the observations that you have made. But I also want to recognize Honorable Sako, the Deputy Minister responsible for transport, who is with us. So I hand over the floor to the facilitator. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Amanungo, the Deputy Chief Secretary in the Office of the President and Cabinet, for a splendid job of moderating this session. Let's give him a big round of applause. I think now we obviously want to break for lunch. My apologies for the late lunch, but there is lunch. And I'm hoping that we will have, we'll try and have our lunch within 30 minutes. My target is that we should finish by 5:30, so that we go. I also want to enjoy my Zambezi that the chairman of the National Competitiveness mentioned earlier. So let's, when we come back, we are having a very important segment where we are going to have witnessed the signing of the MOU between the National Competitiveness Commission of Zimbabwe and the Institute for Competitiveness India. So it's a very important segment, and then we'll have an international speaker who is going to do a presentation so that we also understand what is happening in the rest of the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, one big round of applause for our panelists and everyone who presented. Thank you very much. We are now breaking for lunch. Our VIPs straight down in hall 2A. There is a chief usher waiting for you. Then they will take you to where you are having your lunch. Thank you very much. The rest of us, can we please use that entrance at the back there? And we'll get my meal tickets. Let's get a meal ticket. Then we go next door where we'll then get our lunch served as well. So let's go through that door and then we'll go to the next room for our lunch. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience. Please come back after lunch. Let's come back and an hour at most will be done. but we'll make sure that no one sleeps, because we are going to have an action-packed last session where we are going to witness the signing of the MOU between the National Competitiveness Commission of Zimbabwe and the Institute of Competitiveness India. Lois Kagurabadza, Corporate Secretary NCC, are you ready with your team? Lois Kagurabadza, if you can come through so that we start off with the signing ceremony. In the meantime, I would like to thank again our sponsors for this event who have made this possible. Let us give a big round of applause to our sponsors who are PRAS, ably represented here by the CEO, Mr. Clever Ruswa. Thank you so much for this sponsorship. Zera, again represented by the CEO. You saw him earlier, Mr. Mazambani. Thank you so much, Mzukuru. CZI, the Zimbabwe Association of Dairy Farmers, we saw earlier. Raw Retail Solutions and Star Africa Corporation. Those are our sponsors who have made this possible. Let's give them a big round of applause for their generosity. Thank you very much. Good. So, what we are about to witness, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, is the signing of the MOU. And seated in front of us is Mr. Philip Piri. He is the National Competitiveness Commission Executive Director. And with him is Professor Amit Kapoor, who is the Honorary Chairman of the Institute for Competitiveness in India. Now, and the main reason why this MOU is coming about, or its main areas, what they aim to achieve from this, is obviously supporting the development of Zimbabwe's competitiveness roadmap and competitiveness strategy. Also, they want to supporting the research program in the area of competitiveness, innovation and productivity, supporting capacity building on competitiveness, innovation and productive programs. They also want to promote trainings on macroeconomics of competitiveness and industry analysis, supporting capacity building on development of municipalities' competitiveness index, ease of living and export development indices, exchange of information on cluster mapping initiatives, also the organization of joint workshops, conferences and seminars, and the organization of mutual visits and other modalities that the parties may agree upon. And to witness this signing is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry, Dr. Thomas Ushe. Thank you so much, sir. And also the NCC Chairman, that is Mrs. Patience. Right, I need to get the name correct. Sorry. Mrs. Patience Chimuka, sorry. She is the chairman of the NCC. Right. Do they have the pens ready? And you can go ahead and sign. Can I have a roving mic? Do I have a roving mic somewhere? Can I have a roving mic, please? Our journalists, our photographers, make sure that we capture the moment. Don't forget to put the MC inside the photos. Right, they are now exchanging, they've done the signing, they've now exchanged the documents, and I think the deal is done. Oh, they're still signing, sorry. They obviously need to initial every page so that tomorrow someone might not say, no, I do not agree to this. So as you can see, they are initial in every page of the MOU to show complete agreement. And as you are aware, India, when it comes to competitiveness, I think these guys are amongst the leaders, if not the leaders, in terms of competitiveness in India. So Dr. Ushe is now witnessing as well as the NCC chair, Mrs. Chimuka. And I can assure you that this MOU that is being signed here will definitely see the fruits of this MOU. I know a lot of people would say, Tanetanema MOUs that are signed and nothing happens, but this particular MOU, I know for a fact that we are going to benefit as a country. And if we do not benefit from this MOU, look for me, I'll give you my number at the end of the... But I can assure you this will be a success. It's going to assist the country in a big way. Super. So they've signed. They're now shaking hands. This deserves a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We've witnessed the signing of the MOU, and let's now pose for photos. Let's pose for photos with the PS and the chairman for NCC. All smiles. This is the signing of the MOU between National Competitiveness Commission of Zimbabwe and the Institute for Competitiveness India. It's a big occasion, ladies and gentlemen. A very big round of applause. Thank you to the NCC Executive Director, Mr. Philip Piri, Professor Amit Kapoor, who's the Honorary Chairman of the Institute of Competitiveness India. Also, thank you very much to the PEMSEC in the Ministry of Industry, Dr. Ushe, and also the NCC Board Chair, Mrs. Patience Chimuka. In attendance was also Ms. Lois Kwagurabadza. She's the Corporate Secretary for NCC, as well as Mrs. Muchunguri. She's the NCC Commissioner. Thank you very much. Right, so the MOU is done. We now move on to the last part of our program. Let me just go to, right. Let me just call upon, we just want to hear from the transport infrastructure as a key enabler for competitiveness. I'm sure you are aware that distribution and logistics is key in enhancing our competitiveness. And to represent the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure Development, Honorable Felix Mona, he's ably represented by the Deputy Minister in the Ministry, that is Honorable Joshua Sako. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. I know it's been a very long day, so I'll say it once again. Good afternoon to you all. Allow me to acknowledge the Deputy Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Wamanungo, Honorable Ministers here present, Honorable MPs, the Permanent Secretary, and the Ministry of Industry, stakeholders here present, our esteemed guests from India and Mauritius here present. In the interest of time, I'll cut my presentation quite short, but just go straight to the chase that transport and infrastructure is a key enabler for economic development, for industry, you name it, for education sector, for the health sector. And competitiveness hinges on having the relevant infrastructure in place to facilitate trade. Improved transport infrastructure lowers our costs, making it easier for business to transport raw materials, to access markets. Enhanced accessibility. I think we've seen as infrastructure improves, it increases our accessibility and also creates attraction as a country for investment. And I'll touch briefly on the road sector, what we have done in the past few years under the auspices of NDS 1 as we move into NDS 2. The emergency road rehabilitation program has been extended by His Excellency the President, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, to December 2026. And I think you can bear witness that a lot of work has been happening in the country with the road being repaired and upgraded from Beitbridge to Masvingo to Harare, notwithstanding some patches that still need to be completed. Work on the Shurugwi-Mandamawe Road, the modernization of Beitbridge border post, the Trabablas interchange, former Limbudzi, which is nearing completion, the new Harare city roads, to mention a few. A lot of work has been going on, and I would like to touch on going forward, what are we looking at as a ministry? Our principal, the President, His Excellency Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, time and time again tells us that no one and no place shall be left behind. And we are working with that in mind. We will see the following projects taking off in the near future. The Beitbridge to Bulawayo to Victoria Falls Road. We are very excited about this project. The Harare to Nyamapanda Road, including the upgrade of the border post. Harare Chirundu Road and border post expansion. The Forbes border post expansion and modernization as part of our corridor to the sea through Machpanda to Beira. The Nyamapanda border post, I mentioned, the Christmas bypass in Mutare, amongst many other projects. And looking at border posts, I think the Beitbridge border post has been upgraded in the near past as a pilot project, and we are moving with the same model to Chirundu, Nyamapanda, Plumtree, and Forbes. Going to the rail sector, which is very key to competitiveness, because rail should traditionally be cheaper than road. We have a number of recapitalization initiatives on the table, looking at replacing rolling stock, locomotives, repair of cautions on the rail. And we are also looking as the ministry to upgrade a number of corridors from Harare to Mutare to Beira, which we call the Beira corridor, but also to the north. There's an opportunity for investment in linking Lion's Den to Kafue to allow movement of freight from the road onto rail. The feasibility study for that is complete. In the past few months, towards the end of last year, His Excellency the President, Dr. Mnangagwa, with his counterpart from Mozambique and Botswana, signed a $6 billion project from Chabanini in Mozambique through Zimbabwe to Botswana. And this corridor is going to be a game changer for the region. We are also looking at investment into connecting the Manize steel plant in Mvuma to Nyazura to allow freight to move from road onto rail. In the aviation sector, a lot of work has been done with the upgrade of the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, increasing capacity from 2.5 million passengers a year to 6 million passengers capacity. The Victoria Falls Airport has also been upgraded, creating a regional tourism hub for the region. We are looking at upgrades on the Bulawayo runway, Charles Prince upgrade, a construction of a new airport in Mutare, the upgrade of the Buffalo Range Airport, Masvingo, Wange, and others. And we're also looking at a concept where, as a country, we are looking at producing sustainable aviation fuel from sugarcane and other crops, which will also tie in very well with sustainability in the aviation sector. Notwithstanding all these projects that I've mentioned before, we do have challenges where we have insufficient lines of credit, resulting in over-dependence on Treasury for funding. But the opportunities, on the other hand, there are so many opportunities in this country, including private-public partnerships, BOT, etc. And our position, Zimbabwe positioned where we are, it's key for trade in SADC, COMESA, and as the Africa Free Continental Trade Area comes on board, competitiveness then definitely becomes a very key issue. But we can fall back on our mineral endowments, our human capital, our peace and stability. And we have very beautiful people, very beautiful weather, and all the raw materials that we need. So transport is definitely key for competitiveness, and we at the Ministry are taking this very seriously and hoping to move into the future where we can resuscitate our rail and air freight, as well as improve our road network across the country. I thank you. Siyabonga, Mashuma.
Let's give the Honorable Deputy Minister, Joshua Sako, the Deputy Minister of Transport and Infrastructure. This is a very key ministry in terms of enabling business. NRZ, your road networks and your air infrastructure, that's the ministry responsible. So he will take a few questions later on when we go to the session. But before we do that, allow me to, we are now going international. We're now talking about enhancing competitiveness, lessons from a global perspective. We would like to hear what is happening in other parts of the world in terms of competitiveness, so that we know whether we are in the right direction or we are going astray. And to help us unpack that topic, I'm going to call upon Mr. Dev, goodness me, Mr. Dev Apauswamy. The name is quite a mouthful. Dev Apauswamy. He is the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council that's from Mauritius. Let's give him a big round of applause. Let's give him a true Zimbabwean welcome.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, I bring to you a little of the sun, sand, and the beaches of the sea of Mauritius. But more importantly, a little bit of love from the people of Mauritius. I'm skipping the protocol because in the interest of time, but I do acknowledge the presence of the ministers, the leadership from the public and private sector present here, and all the stakeholders. And your presence is a concrete proof of your commitment towards improving the competitiveness of Zimbabwe. Yes, I've been here since listening to all that has been said since the morning, and I'm wondering what more can I add as far as competitiveness is concerned. You're already on the right track. You're already doing very, very well. Yeah. But competitiveness being such a crucial theme for any nation that wants to improve the standard of living of the nation. So let me try to share with you a little bit of my experience, my perspective of competitiveness, and more importantly, as my friend Philip requested me to share with you a little bit of the projects that we are implementing at the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council in Mauritius. So my agenda for the presentation is as follows. So you know me already, the event director has already informed you about my name. So I come from the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council of Mauritius. So where is Mauritius? I don't know if all of you know Mauritius, a very small island in the Indian Ocean, very close to Madagascar. We are around 2,040 kilometers square, but our exclusive economic zone is almost 1,000 times of that, the size of the island. And there are so much opportunities that we ourselves, we are not able, have not been exploiting so far. We have been in the limelight recently. Maybe you have heard about the Chagos Archipelago, which is where we have the US base and still negotiating about decolonization and for us to get back this island. Okay. So let's look a little bit at competitiveness. So the World Economic Forum defined competitiveness as the set of institutions, policies, and factors that determine the level of productivity of a country. I think this was very well explained this morning in the session of this morning. And we have many other definitions of competitiveness. All of them, most of them include productivity. And the level of productivity, this also has been said this morning, in turn sets the level of prosperity that can be reached by an economy. I don't know if you have, you know this definition. I came across this definition on Friday when I got the concept note for this forum. And it comes from section 2 of the NCC Act. Okay, the ability of a firm or a nation to offer products and services that meet the quality standards of local and world markets at prices that provide adequate return on the resources employed or consumed in producing them. I fell in love with this definition because productivity is not there. You agree? We don't have productivity in this definition? It's not mentioned productivity. No? Let's analyze it together. I think there's a part that is bold in the document. It's about products and services that meet the quality standards of local and world markets. And then just after you have at prices that provide adequate return on the resources employed or consumed in producing them. Now, if we talk about resources employed or consumed in producing them, this is what we call normally output. And the materials that we use, the prices, these are the input. You have the input, the production is the output, but the resources are the input. And we know that output over input is equal to productivity. So productivity is well there in this definition. You take your output, you divide by your input, you get the productivity, and this definition is all about productivity. But it goes further because it mentions quality. Quality standards of the local and world markets. So we can be very, very efficient, very, very productive at producing goods or services, but there is no market, or of very low quality. But if it meets the quality standards, only then we are productive. So productivity is about being efficient and effective. Efficiency and effectiveness. And meeting quality standards, having a market, then only we are productive. Yes, so you have productivity, you have elements of quality. So what is competitiveness then? For me, from this definition, I will say that productivity plus quality is equal to competitiveness. If you want to be competitive, we cannot only be productive. We have to produce what is required, what is needed by the market, at the quality that is required by the market. Otherwise, we can produce at very low cost items that are not to the quality standards required by the market. So I'm happy with this definition, which is from the NCC Act. And coming from a national productivity organization, productivity is always, it has been said this morning also, an important element of competitiveness. Okay, these the Global Competitiveness Index. They have 12 pillars, a framework, how to measure and to improve competitiveness. Okay, we have, this also has been explained this morning. I'm not going to take